Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, June the 30th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. And I forgot again, just give me one moment. I have to mute something. Okay, great. Now, NRSN guys, man, oh man, as I jokingly said, might as well just pack it in today. I'm not going to be able to do too much better on a trade, I don't think. Interestingly, so I saw this one right here. It was starting to move. I got in, then I saw there was some news, and they actually had some news. It wasn't just, I mean, they had some news this day, about 4 days ago, I guess, 3 or 4 days ago. But I guess they've had follow-up news and climbed 66% after early data supporting Alzheimer's. So anyway, I ended up taking this trade right around 322, and I was all set to pull the trigger at about 350. Not really trusting, not really trusting it. I didn't have a chance because it just kept going higher, higher, and higher. All set to take out some just before four. Couldn't even do that. It just blew right through four. So anyway, I'm out most of it right here at that 428 level, about $1 off my entry. Just a unbelievable first trade. Haven't had one like this in a long time in the pre-market. So what happens now? I don't know. And this one has not been shortable. So actually, Sam, I saw your question. Well, the thing is that a lot of stocks just aren't shortable, okay, from a wide variety of brokers. When I say shorts aren't available, for instance, an Interactive Brokers, which usually, as a general broker, has probably has a reputation for having a lot of shorts available. It doesn't mean they won't become available later on, perhaps, but generally speaking, it's not. If I look and it says no shorts available, it's not like, I don't know, an hour later, there are going to be 500,000 available, okay, that people are short covering. It's just that some securities just don't have a lot of shorts available across a wide variety of platforms. Centerpoint, of course, is the exception. So to sort of answer your question, if most brokers don't have shorts available, then there is no downward pressure, more added downward pressure on a stock with people being able to borrow shorts to, hammer the stock down. So anyway, there is other stuff happening, I think, but it's hard. It's going to be hard to concentrate for me anyway after that move. Rev B, our EVB. So this is up. Let's see, 9.8 million. I'm trying to I'm trying to see if there's any specific news for it. I don't see any specific news for this one being up like this, but it is. A lot of volume too. Already traded the float, 9.8 million, 11.5. And there's got to be some news somewhere, but I just don't see a headline, an instant headline that I can see that's telling me why. RNLX is a gap down. By the way, we're having a pretty big gap down in the market this morning to start anyway. RNLX, the gap down, and it's an earnings play. Sorry, it's an earnings play. I should know that. Yeah, it's an earnings play. RNLX is an earnings play. Not very much volume yet. Now, here's one that could be interesting. I don't think there's a lot of volume, but take a look at HYPR. When you see a headline like this, HYPR, yeah, not a lot of volume, but the CEO is leaving, and usually that's not a planned leave, okay? When it's stated like that. Company says the CEO is departing. I mean, that's all it says. Yeah, so stepping down for personal reasons, okay. But you know what I mean? This is usually not a planned departure. So HYPR, and that one is shortable for me. Not very many, 56,000. Yeah, man, even Revlon. So we've got Rev B and we've got Revlon. Revlon is starting to move again. REV, no reason. Could be the Reddit crew getting hold of them again, but I don't see any specific reason. True enough, newer, but sometimes they're just, some stocks just don't have a lot of shorts available. It's that simple. There's always, especially some of these cheaper ones with these low floats. DNA. I think this is one of Kathy Woodstock. I think, yeah, it was moving. Yeah, man, 274 right back down to 2. Now, ASPN. This is where I think ASPN. This is where I think some heads should roll. So the reason for this big gap down yesterday was because they had announced, I think it was like a $250 million financing combination of different financial ways to raise the money. And today they come out and say, you know what, we're going to cancel it. So think about that. Just think about that. Okay. You're a shareholder up here at 14. This stock goes down to 7 something. Okay. Because of that news. And then a day later, they say, you know what? We're just kidding. We're not going to do it. They didn't say that, but we've decided to cancel it. I don't know. It just seems a little bit nefarious. This is what I mean. Shares recoup losses after offerings scrapped. Dropped their, it was 375. I thought it was 250. I mean, this is like a day later. Yeah, decided not to. I mean, it's, there ought to be a law. ACI, Albertsons is taking a hit here. Is this an earnings play? I can't see if this is an earnings play or not. ACI, it's not an earnings play. WBA is an earnings play, and it is starting to slide. Walgreens, WBA is an earnings play. And the once former giant in the cannabis sector, CGC, is just drifting again into oblivion. CGC, man, CGC shares fall after it agrees to convert debt into stock in a deal with Constellation Brands. Yeah, wow, what a horrible investment that was for them. I think they have earnings too. STZ, I think it's an earnings play also. Yeah, so it's not very much volume yet for Constellation, STZ. Well, we've got revving up here, guys. POW. I think this is an earnings play also. POWW. Earnings play, yeah, released earnings after hours yesterday, got up to 473, kind of holding. Not very much volume yet. Volume will pick up, of course. SGH, I think this was really low volume on earnings. Yeah, so they released after hours, so that was the major damage that was done after hours to SGH. And this is an earnings play, so it's kind of holding that big gap down. Not very much volume. Boy, Rev is, I don't think there's any specific news on it other than probably, again, the Reddit crew, the memers have got a hold of it again, more than likely. No, tread lightly on this one, guys. This is a horrible one to intraday trade. AERC, it's starting to move again. Just to show you what I'm talking about. Boy, I mean, 2 days ago, remember this move? Remember this one? It got up to 1589, and then this is a 15-minute candle, and it dropped all the way down to, well, no, there's something else that happened. I thought maybe is it, yeah, there was this day. Look at this. Look at this. It was the day before that. I mean, this was looking like it was going to just keep moving, 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 moving. Even remember, this was a green bar up here, 1725. All of a sudden, look what happens. 1725 down to 14. So you got to be careful trading this one, in my opinion. Yeah, take care, William. And RDBX also was moving a little bit. RDBX, haven't seen this one for a while now. For its craziness. Got up to 18 something. All right, guys, 9:12. I'm going to do a quick check. Just give me one moment, though. One moment. All right, quick check now to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have from our analyst this morning from briefing.com. Let me just download my email, see if it's there. Should be there. Usually comes here at 9:10. There it is. A few upgrades, a few more downgrades. ACI continues to move down. ACI. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Look at the downgrades in now. See if there's any multiple downgrades. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. SNY, I'm hearing. It's at Sanofi. Yeah, Sanofi. Sanofi is a lot of volume, actually, a lot of volume. Down 5% right now, Sanofi. Partial U.S. suspension of phase 3 trials. So there's your news for Sanofi. Lowers the comeback. The FDA has placed phase 3 studies and a partial clinical hold. Now, of course, this company will have a lot of other drugs in the pipeline, but obviously not great news for today for SNY. And let me just do a quick check to see what the heck oil is doing. So yeah, oil's basically flat right now. So when we take a look at our sectors, I'm not sure what I'm going to see with oil. The oil, the energy sector, XLE. All right, just looking to see if there's any. Here's one that's just sort of sneaking in here. Rapid, RPID, Rapid, not sneaking in. That was a big move here. Rapid, RPID. If there's any news following a takeover approach. Okay, so potential takeover at $5 a share. Doesn't mean don't. That doesn't mean okay. $5 a share. Why don't I just buy everything right now? 425. So this is the news. Kennedy Lewis, a private equity firm that owns about 14% of the company, proposes buying 100% at a price of 5. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. All right, I'm just looking for other stocks that might be starting to show up in my pre-market actives up and down. This is what I use in the pre-market, guys. My pre-market actives up and down, and this is just this is an audible alert that I get. So every time if Rev made another new high, I would hear it. But this is really my go-to right here. And as you can see, quite a few more stocks moving down than up this morning, which makes sense with the SPY being down. And look at this. So these are all stocks that are at least down a dollar or up a dollar. So in green, these are stocks that are up a dollar. And then I scroll down, look at all the ones that are down at least a dollar. I used to do that. I mean, it's not a big deal. I don't pay that much attention to this anymore, but sort of gives me a bit of a gauge. Okay, let us take a look at the sectors. So I'm going to go to our toolbar, click on docked channel bar, and take a look at the sectors this morning, what's happening. I'm sure they're all down. I don't know about energy. It's flat. So the price of oil is flat. So, well, even that. Okay. So what you're seeing here, these are the major ETFs, major sectors, and these are the major ETFs for, say, energy, XLE. So what you're seeing here, when you see 100% and it's red, that means all these stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. That's what that means. Okay, so you can just look. There's not one sector that is strong. There's not one counter sector, in other words. So in for a bit of a bleak open. And of course, this can all change around when I take a look at this, maybe, I don't know, half an hour, 45 minutes from now. But do instead of the change from the close, the change from the open. So stocks that could be still down from yesterday's close, but could be rallying intraday on the change from the open. Now I've actually made a bit of a change to the this biggest gainers from the open. You don't have to do the same thing, of course, but the only thing I've done, and this is the my race that I stare at all day long now. I got rid of the fact that it had to be up 2% from the close. Now, I don't really think that makes a difference. So, well, what that means is I could be seeing stocks that are rallying that it were hit hard rallying. Okay, so I wanted to see what sort of alerts I get from it. If I get overwhelmed, then I'll put that filter back in. Okay, let's see. So Albertsons, yeah, Albertsons is just trying to see. I'm just trying to see what the reason for this one, ACI dropping like it is. Thought I mentioned some reason, but now it's disappeared. Yeah, that's it for me in NRSN, guys. I'm not in it anymore. Um, don't know what's going to happen with it right now. I mean, if it could, I don't know, take out the high, 487 pre-market, because anything could happen. It's interesting, for several years, our customers have been after us to have earlier data. Our data was always starting at 7 in the morning, Eastern time, always talking Eastern time. And we finally moved it to 4 a.m. Eastern time. I don't know, 2 or 3, 4 months ago, can't remember exactly. But it's funny, I rarely see the biggest moves that I ever see in the pre-market were always around 8 o'clock Eastern time. This is obviously this is an exaggerated one, but I would rarely see anything happening at 4 in the morning Eastern time. And typically I don't think companies want to release the news that early. That's my opinion anyway. But we have the data now at 4 a.m. Eastern, and not that I'm up at that time. All right, Rapid inching its way to that $5 potential takeover. I mean, I guess there is some, I won't say truth to it, but the fact that they own 14% already, this Kennedy Lewis own 14%. So this is not some company out of the blue looking at them. Aspen is starting to drift down. Still up 30%, but it is really, really giving up that high right up here. I mean, it almost got back up to where it closed the day before yesterday. It closed at 1448. What did it get to? Got up to 14. So it almost wiped out all of those losses, but now starting to drift down. I mean, again, I'm not going to dwell on it, I guess, but that's just talk about manipulation of a share price. Raj, it's just the biggest gainers from the open. Same layout, but I've just got the biggest gainers from the open. That's what I stare at now. And this is the race. And I am sharing it. And if you want this, now I don't know how subtle a change is going to be, but I have made a change to it. I took out the fact that it had to be up 2% from the close as a filter. So I took that out. I want to see what's going to happen. If I get overwhelmed, I will put that back in. And if you go to my homepage, we do have that the July 4th 25, so you can get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. So there's a great promo code right now. Excuse me. But if you go to my scan section, right at the top here, race mode, biggest gainers from the open. So I added that to my home page in my scan section. And why do I want to do this? It's all about the focus now. Instead of my having to, check a lot of different alert windows or top list windows, I can basically spend 95% of my time right here, right in this window all day long. This basic two highs don't hardly gives me any alerts, so that's fine. And a lot of the alerts will be stocks that are going to be here also. So, it's not like it's not like my focus is really shifting at all. And then the only other one though is the 10-day daily breakdown, especially the 10-day daily breakdown. Again, not getting too many alerts. And last but not least is ZackScan. ZackScan, the bouncers and toppers. Again, don't get too many alerts. So I've cut down on so many windows now. All right, guys, getting set for this open in about 2 minutes. I can't rely on. I do have one also, the biggest losers, Hunt Harp. I do have that one also. Um, just for whatever reason, I'm not finding that I'm getting. You'll see what I mean. You'll see some of the biggest gainers. You'll see things like 10, 15%. Okay. Rarely do I see that the biggest losers. So, but I do have it. I do have it. I don't pay as much attention to it, but I do have it. And of course, with the market being down today, and it's basically just a flip of this. If you know how to flip. So if you have this one, then you just, it's based on, I believe it's this symbol list right here, or not symbol list, this top list right here. Okay, thank you, William. All right, guys, listen, a minute to the open. So again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I can make maybe an exception if I see something, well, exceptional, I guess, in my erasers. Still, I wouldn't take something at 9:30. The only other exception I can make sometimes is in the 10-day daily breakdown. If I get an alert here and it's also an all-time low, I may take an earlier trade than 15 minutes, but that's about it. Usually I do sit out the first 15. Let's get these races going. Okay, guys, we are now open. So let's see what happens. All right, did I mention this one? I don't think I mentioned. I forgot to mention this one. It is on the list. It's SCWO. This is relatively new, but they've got their ringing the bell ceremony tomorrow in Nasdaq. So that was their news. So there is SCWO on the move a bit. I see what's going to happen here. So I'm going to have a sort of a jumble here. Yeah, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go back. I just want to see stocks that are positive in this. So I'm going to make a change right now. And I'm going to my configure. So I'm going to put that back. The change from the close is 2%. So I'm going to start the race again. Okay, enough of that. Well, see, nothing earth-shattering happening yet. What's the market doing? So the market is opening with a big thumping. Dow's down 450, Nas is 160, SPY is down 53. Yeah, DCT, you're mentioning DCT. So this is that's an earnings play. Didn't really see it in the pre-market. I guess the volume wasn't, but it's an all-time low now, DCT. And guess what's showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown is ACI, not an all-time low. So I just reluctant to take it this early. The reason being is that, over experience, seen a lot of stocks that you start taking them so early, like in the first 15 minutes, stocks can go up and down so rapidly in the first 15 minutes, you can get whipped out of trades. So that's why typically I don't trade in the first 15. If I were a brand new trader, I probably wouldn't trade in the first 30 minutes. Just because, you get these wild gyrations. And so look what's happened. Look at that bottoming tail on ACI. I mean, and now it's, just popped up 30, 40 cents. So the alert in the 10-day daily breakdown came at 26.05. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to put an alert, a price alert at 26, see if it takes it out later on. And if we look left on the monthly chart, what do we see? So that is the low, 26, and then down here is 21.32. So it seems to be a lot of room underneath for this to keep moving down if it wants to. And I'm talking about ACI. Okay, so Rev B got halted. Rev B got halted. Oh boy, that could have been, I sort of missed this one because on this halt, usually the first halt is pretty good. In other words, the stock usually pops after the halt, but so Richard, I don't understand your question. Dying for a way to to programmatically subscribe to alerts that can be configured with this app. Don't understand what you mean exactly. You're talking about an API to go to, because we don't have an API for you, if that's what you mean. Don't understand your question exactly. All right, this one from yesterday that showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown, and this was awesome. The EVGO, and notice it also had a downgrade this morning piling on it. I tried to short this one, EVGO, but they wouldn't fill me. There are shorts available, but it's the uptick rule. So it was down obviously way more than 10% yesterday, so that uptick rule is still in effect. What that uptick rule means is that normally when you want to short something, you just go in at the bid, assuming shorts are available, and you'll get a fill. But if a stock is down 10% or was down 10% the day before, and it's not positive today, then you may not be able to get a fill. There has to be some action at the ask, and then back to the bid. But you may be in a big queue of others wanting to do the same thing. Yeah, no, can't do it, Richard. So unfortunately, it just can't be done. I mean, obviously, technically, if but no, we are not in a position to do that. All right, guys, ringing the bell. SCWO. A little bit of a move here. Let's take a look at the REVB. If this is a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 9:39 plus 25 seconds. So it'll be, say, about 30 seconds from now or so, a little more than 30 seconds from now, if it's a 5-minute halt. No big clue where it's going to open. You can see right there, there's a halt for REVB. There's the projection. So there's 168, 168, which is, excuse me, at the halt price. And there's no real clue where this is going to open. Usually the first halt is okay. Okay meaning that there's usually a bump after the halt. It's not 100%, but all right, what happened? We are open, and there's your bump. There's your bump for REVB, guys. Ideally, what for me, what would have happened is that it would have dropped down just a little bit below the halt price. I would have put in a price alert there, and then if it popped back over that halt price, I could have taken the trade. But right now, you're just chasing it. No news that I can see. No news that I can see of this REVB. The news, of course, is that it's only got 10 million in the float. So it's a low float situation. And this is what can happen. The float, of course, is the available number of shares that can be traded any given day. When that number is low, for me, anything under 20 million, I consider that low. So the lower that number is, this is the sort of stuff that can happen. It's already traded 22 million. So 2.2 times the float approximately. Just divide 9.8 into 22 million, and that's, you get about 2.2. So all right, SGH slip sliding away on earnings here, guys. The volume was hardly any volume in the pre-market. I think I saw 16,000 shares or so, maybe a little bit more, but you knew this was going to increase once the market opened. And look at this. Okay, so SGH is showing up now in the 10-day daily breakdown. It's not an all-time low. They don't all, of course, have to be all-time lows. It helps, but they don't all have to be. Like DCT, I think that's an all-time low. Yeah, this is an all-time low, DCT. So this is not an earnings, well, I'm sorry, it is an earnings play. I'm sorry, it is an earnings play. So yeah, so sales guidance below the estimates, Q4 and FY22 sales guidance below estimates, plus reported a year-over-year decrease in Q3 EPS results. So the future is not looking good for DCT. All right, let's see how well this holds under 14. Just watching, seeing how well this holds under 14. This is the DCT. It's got nothing holding it up, of course, because it's an all-time low. All right, guys, I'm just concentrating on this DCT. This is not trading very much. SGH, guys, though, SGH is trading, and it is continuing to sink here from the 10-day daily breakdown. SGH, guys, from the 10-day daily breakdown, right here, 1576. We're now at 1540. This DCT is just sort of stuck. I'm interested in taking this if it gets into the 80s, 1380s as a short. I'm just watching it though. It's not just not trading very much. Excuse me, looking at my time in sales. Okay, what I'll do then is just put an alert down here, 1388. See if it takes it out. SGH though, guys, this is turning into a nice little winner. The what did we see? What did I say that the next lows looking left were? You know, are 13 for SGH. Okay, DCT. Okay, the DCT picking up momentum, a little bit more momentum now. Now it's not showing, the reason it's not showing up here is that the volume, oh, that can't be right. Just give me a moment. Oh, I typed in the wrong one. Yeah, so the volume is just a little bit light for the DCT. I think my minimum volume is, I think it's 500,000 shares here. 500,000 shares, yeah. So that's one reason it's not showing up yet, but if it's, once this volume starts picking up. Okay, guys, that bumped me out of this. I am, yeah, so I'm out of the DCT. I'm going to wait and see if it hits my 10-day daily breakdown. Took a little loss on it. It's just the volume is just not good enough yet. So what I'm going to do with it is put my alert back here at 1383 or so. And if it gets back down there, because again, it's an all-time low, just need the volume to really increase. All right, guys, oh, another one got halted. TYD got halted. TYDE, sorry, TYDE. So this is I don't know what it is. Looks like it started trading as TYDE today. Separation of business from BBIG, another stellar company. Okay, so TYDE separated themselves from BIG and now is trading as TYDE today. And nothing obviously shaking from this one. They just got halted. All right, well, Bed Bath & Beyond having a little bit of a bounce, guys. Just a little bit of a bounce. I don't know if it's the memers that got a hold of this or... But after its disastrous day yesterday, CEO departing, earnings, disaster. The high of yesterday was 546. So argument to be made that if it can get up there and take that out, maybe. Market is market is drifting down. Excuse me, drifting down. All right, DCT underneath 14 again. Okay, now PINS showed up on Zach's bounce scan, but as always, until the market settles down a little bit, you don't want to see another big red candle. Try to take a bounce play, in my opinion, anyway. Okay, DCT getting my interest again. Still, the volume is not great. It's just sort of. Yeah, so we're starting to get some bounce plays from bounce alerts from Zach Scan. Again, the problem is the market is continuing to move down, so I would be probably holding off. All right, second time lucky for DCT, maybe, maybe. Okay, well, second time lucky for sure on the DCT. Yeah, the problem with that at the beginning, the volume just is still not great, but I've covered that first loss, so that's okay. Another disastrous SPAC, guys. PSNY was it? This is from a SPAC. It became PSNY. All right, NRSN again. Now this is getting interesting. The big pullback. Keep an eye on this NRSN. I mean, this is hit a high of 485 in the pre-market. Did have some news today. Alzheimer's, of course, not of course, but it is. This is their news. Encouraging data from Alzheimer's associated biomarker study. And there it goes, guys. It's starting to move here. Again, getting some alerts from Zach's bounce scanner, but with the market doing this, I'd be very reluctant to take any bounces right now. Yeah, look at NRSN, came right back down. So you got to be careful today, guys. This is a market that is not forgiving. You get something like a quick hitter, I would be taking my profits pretty quickly. Can't expect things to keep trending. Or this SCWO has been all over the place. Look at these topping tails. Wow, for those of you shorting ESPN, nice move under 10 now. All right, I have my alert set for Albertsons ACI at 2605. That was the alert, but it is going counter to the market. Look at this. I mean, the market's moving down, Albertsons moving up, ACI moving counter to the market. Even SGH, I mean, it was a nice short to begin, but it has bounced counter to the market. Okay, I'm all out of the DCT. I basically made a little bit overall. Lost a little on the first one, made it back on the second one, a little bit more. I'm all out of it now. Just don't like the way it's trading. Needs, I mean, the volume, I'm sure it's going to be a million at the end of the day or well over, but it's just too slow for me. Well, as always, I wish you well, Zach. I decided to move on from it. This has been, I can't believe it. I mean, I didn't take this one, this SCWO. It looked like it was just chopping too much, but I mean, this is done. I had an excellent little job here, or done an excellent little job. It's won a couple of races, or at least one race, two races. And here's the Rev B trying to come back after a two bar pullback on the 5 minute. Yummy. YMM. Wow. This is popping higher here. This is from Zach's topping tail scan now. So, I mean, it still in theory has some room. I mean, $10 is or the next high. The 200-day moving average is 983. This has definitely gone parabolic. All right, guys, let's see if this run out of steam yet. YMM. My stop will be right at 9. You know, it gets anywhere close to that whole number. 885, I'm in. So let's just see if this has run out of steam. And this is the YMM. Come on, give me a little bit more. YMM. Okay, my stop now is where I bought it, or I shorted at 885. I'd be watching this SGH for a fall again, guys. I mean, with the market doing this, it's an earnings play. It's still down 20%. It has had it's had a run, but man, it's a yeah, it is an earnings play. All right, so Pinterest, Pins. This is coming from Zach's bounce plays. Okay, so the next low looking left is 1807. Maybe 18 holds it. Maybe. Like to see the market at least not continue down. There is a bottoming tail now. There is a bottoming tail on that SPY. And tide just resumed or halted again. YMM's working not badly. All right, I even on the shorts just took some out at 869 from 885. And that's the YMM. Look at Clovis go, guys. Clovis on a run here. CLVS. Clovis on a bit of a run. The next high looking left is 191. And then after that, 240. So you can kind of see if it can take out 191. Ah, good for you, Zach. I didn't have the. So DCT is still Now the volume is picked up. Now it's showing up in my 10-day daily breakdown. See what I mean? There it is, DCT. And the reason it didn't show up earlier is because the volume was under 500,000, but it is now 500,000 and counting. So, okay, Revlon. Revlon is now at the high of the day now. Revlon, REV. Yeah, I saw you talking about restoration or whatever it's called now. Yeah, just out of the price range I like, but good one. How do I remove an alert from the charts? What do you mean by, you mean a price alert? So what, Sam, when you say an alert, you mean like a price alert? So if I stick a price alert, so I have a blue line now showing up, and if it hit that price, it would turn green, but now you want it disappeared? Yeah, okay. So you have to go to your price alerts. Well, you can do it here. I think it's a little more cumbersome. I'm not even sure if you can do it here. Yeah, so go to your price alerts window. Okay. And if you don't have it up, then just click on new and then price alerts. And then this is the window that you'll see. You know, obviously you'll have one in there. The one I put is right at the bottom. So all you have to do is like, to get rid of any. So all these ones that are triggered, for instance, I just have to. Now, guys, I had a problem yesterday and I'm reluctant to do it. I did a mass delete and it booted me from Trade Ideas. So I am only going to delete one at a time, but okay, but that's how you do it. I mean, you guys should be able to do something like this, paint everything and delete. But I had a problem yesterday, so I don't want to. Okay, so basically go to your price alerts window, right click and delete. Okay, I'm just a little reluctant to do. I'll do two. Let's see what happens. Yeah. Okay, now I'll try four. Yikes. Okay. Yeah, you're right. I guess you can do that too. I usually I go into my price alerts window, but yeah, yeah, you can do it the same way you can remove um, trend lines or horizontal bars. Well, listen, pins is right at at that low here now. PINS 1807, 1806. So it's right at that low. If it's going to bounce, maybe it'll bounce here, but I'd like to see the market on my side just a little bit. The red box on the move again, guys. RDBX. I'm gonna Elon. There we go. That looks a little different now on that 15-minute chart. Next high looking left is 858. All right, so what I'm kind of looking for now in the races is something new showing up. I want to see something new showing up. Or PID. So yeah, these are the guys that have a $5 potential buyout. And it's not mentioned here, but it is $5. An offer to acquire. I think they own 14% of the company now. Here it is. This is the announcement right there for $5. That doesn't mean it's going to get the $5. Yeah, YMM is still inching its way down. If you get anything, topping anything from the top scan today, probably, if assuming the market keeps doing this, DCT is a miserable one. I almost was going to take it, on that on the 10-day daily breakdown at 1355, but and we have another halt. PEV got halted. PEV got halted, guys. This, of course, is a very popular one a few days ago. Got up to 885, or sorry, 855. Well, there's your bounce on pins, PINS. Little bit of a bounce with the market. You can just sort of see that green bar in the SPY. Unfortunately, the next one is turning red, but that was a little bounce, I guess, and that helped, I guess, pins. Yeah, so LIDAR's got some room. LIDR has some room to 230. I'm not saying it's getting there. It's been just on a run ever since the market opened. Yeah, before I would commit to it, I mean, pins is looking not bad. You'd like to see, as long as the market doesn't keep moving down, doesn't have to be moving necessarily higher for bounces to work. You just don't want to see the market keep moving down on you on the, if you're trying to play a bounce, just tough. All right, this DNA is maybe trying to, it's not enough room. I'm just looking at the 5 minute chart pre-market. Looks like there's a lot of resistance right around 212. So I'm going to forget about that one. DNA, DNAY. Yeah, great short if you had them for NRSN. Okay, let's take a look at PEV. And there it is, guys. So it opened. Now it got halted at 514, and it's just a little bit below that. An alert at 522 and see if, look, it doesn't look like it's going to take that out. That's the only way I would take this. So we're starting to see, a lot of times when we first started getting our halts for Zooms, I can't remember when we got that scanner and trade ideas, maybe, I don't know, 3 years ago. We would see that the first halt usually was good. Good meaning that when it resumed, it usually would be at least above the halt price and sometimes quite significantly above the halt price. Just not seeing that now. I mean, I'm not saying there's none that will do that, but just not seeing it like before anyway. And this is I mean, this is a insanely low float, 1.8 million in the float. So I mean, that's anything can happen. I mean, it could, I mean, look at the volume coming in. I mean, it could pop over here again, I suppose. Well, the memers have got a hold of, looks like they've got a hold of Bed Bath and Beyond, BBBY. No reason for this to be going up, of course, other than the memers maybe haven't got a hold of it. Dr. MA. Ah, another one of these sub $1 ones, okay? YMM is just kind of stuck here. Still have some left. Let's see if it can take out that 863. Yeah, so the pins again, the mark is just not on our side for bounces right now. So if that is what you're trying to play. All right, MCRB, what are you doing? MCRB, problem with that one? Look left. 343, 349, 352. Looks like there's a lot of resistance right around here. If somehow it can get through 350, then the next high is 375. Not bad, but just to me, it looks like there's just too much resistance. Yummy, let's go. All right, DCT is getting back to my alert, 1355. All right, well, what I do, I play this little game. I can just keep putting price alerts, trying to induce it downwards. I haven't even seen Tilray, but I'm sure it's being dragged down by Canopy, CGC. Yeah, look at these. I mean, unbelievable, guys. CGC, Tilray, unbelievable. Just one moment, please. There we go, guys. I'm back again. Whoa, YMM, come on. Let's one more. Yeah, if we get some bouncing or topping plays from Zach Scan. Ah, from yesterday, guys. Wow, look at this one. XAIR. Ah, I thought I had this still hearted. XAIR had all sorts of good news yesterday. Didn't really do anything. I mean, in fact, look what it did. It got up to 670 and it pulled back down to 620. I mean, it was an earnings play. It had a price target put, I think, at $23. And I think it also had some other news. So it's sort of a delayed reaction now. And that's the XAIR. All right, DCT now underneath that, the 1355 alert right here, okay? Yummy. Let me put that 850. Why not? 850. Is this not even a pink sheet stock? Dr. MA, not even a pink sheet stock. 5 million in the float. It's traded the float already. 5.7 million. Not shortable for me. Disregard this big topping tail on the SPY. I'm going to get rid of it on our chart anyway. It's a tremendous short for, I didn't take this one, but the ASPN, well, obviously all the way from here, but even on a 10 break, if you looked at a whole number break like that, okay, guys, I'm back. I can't help you there, Jeannot. Now there is a way in which you can zoom in. Okay, it depends on everybody has different ways of seeing my screen. Depends on the size of your monitor, your resolution, etc. I'm using a 32-inch 4K monitor. Okay, I mean obviously I can see it perfectly. Somebody's going to have to help me. I can't remember how to do it. I think there's a gear setting and where you can actually zoom in on different areas of the screen. I think there's some kind of a gear. Is it here or I haven't been asked this question for so long. Somebody's going to know though how you can actually just zoom in on a specific area. Other than that, I cannot help. I mean, everybody's system is different. Just can't remember where it is. Somebody must know. I'm sorry. I just can't. This is not a trade ideas program. It's a third party. no excuse really, but I haven't had that question for probably a couple of years. Okay, now some bounces should be starting to work. Okay, guys, now we've got a nice green bar here. All right, now we've got some action here because the market is now trying to put in a nice little bounce. Now we got some action. No, you can't, Siga. The question was, can you run races on a multi-strategy? Races can only be run on a top list window, starting with your top list window. Okay. See, look at this. Look at T-Doc on the bounce. This is from Zach Scan also. So again, bounces will start to probably work unless a stock has something very specific to it, for the reason it being down, big, either a bad earnings play or some negative news, you're probably going to get some, look at this, you're probably going to get some bounces. So I just don't see that. I don't see that magnifying glass. There's got to be. I know what you're talking about. I used to know where it was. Upper right hand portion. Maybe you guys see something differently from me. But there is a magnifying glass somewhere. I know. Thank you, Ramp. All right, guys. X Air. Next high 702 takes that out. We've got 741. So I'd be sticking an alert right around here, around that 704 level. See if it bases a little bit and then pops through. I'm all out of the YMM. YMM kind of bounced with the market, so I'm all out of my short. Well, DCT just was miserable. It's been chopping all over the place. So, and the market is putting in a little surge, probably helping DCT, I guess, even though this is an earnings play, it should be kind of more trading on its own, but doesn't matter what we want. Okay, I'm just watching a couple of things. My thumbnailed monitor, or my thumbnails on my other monitor. So just give me a moment, please. Okay, I'll be. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, so market is still putting in a nice little bounce. So first of all, wow, it's 10:38 already. So I've remiss. I haven't talked about trade ideas in general. Give me a moment here. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen live on the mic. And my name is Barry Anderson, and I do work for Trade Ideas. So I'd always like to start off with my home page. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So we do have a promo code right now, July 4th, 25, letters in caps, okay? July 4th, 25 for 25% off your first month only or your entire year. I'm going to click on Get Trade Ideas, show you how much it does cost. We have four plans. We have an annual, monthly, premium, standard. So the premium annual would be 2,000 less the 25%, bringing it down to $1,500. The standard is 1,000 less the 25%, bringing that down to $750. The big difference is the AI, which is non-existent today. I think it had an alert earlier, but nothing is really happening. What I would do though is do not take out an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want the product. You can always start off with a monthly. The monthly is 118 on standard, 228 premium. You can apply the 25% discount to the first month. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But if you do take out a subscription today on a monthly, and within 30 days you decide that you'd like to take out an annual, we will honor the 25%. Okay. So do not start off with an annual subscription unless you're 100% sure you know you want the product. If you do take out a subscription, mandatory that you do this. So let's get started. It takes you about 30 minutes. There are 10 videos, short videos. Starts off with a download and installation. the first startup and login, etc. Okay, mandatory that you do that first before you do anything else. So on my homepage, you'll also find a way in which you can subscribe to my daily stock of the day. It is free. I do it at noon Eastern. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. That is free. Education. A lot of education in that link. The user guide is here. What I'd be doing is this. Only concentrate on these. Well, I had them move the TI stock race up, but the getting started you should have already done. You should know what an alert window is and what a top list window is, what the differences are. I don't care so much about a multi-strategy. And the races. Okay, so there's a lot of information in the guide, but I would just concentrate on this at the beginning. Afterwards, you want to figure out how to put price alerts on charts and sound alerts on your alert windows, etc. That's great, but just get the basics down first. Daily support sessions. Today is Thursday, so I take a break at noon between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Thursday, so it should be Steve Gomez in our YouTube room, though he may be on vacation this week, so I'll have to confirm that. And then at 3:30 to 4:30, Chris Farley takes over in our YouTube room Monday to Friday. So all sorts of opportunities to ask, well, the different traders questions. I have a certain trading style, of course. They have different. There are all sorts of different styles. So, but a lot of support for you. Daily webinars. There is one today. This week was Tuesday, Thursday. Next week, it is Monday, Wednesday. Of course, Monday, no Monday because there's a July 4th holiday in the States, but you can sign up for them all here. And back to basics. If you're new to trading, can't emphasize enough to take a look at this. This is all free. If you're new to trading, it starts off with what is a stock? So a lot of free resources. And if you want my scans, here's my scan section. You hear me talk about the race mode. This is what you see in the upper right-hand corner. You hear me talk about Zach's bouncers and toppers and my 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, a lot of other scans here. Pre-market actives up and down. This is what I use in the pre-market. So my recommendation, if you save my link, then you can take a look at the education, my scans. They get started anytime you want. Okay, now what's the market doing? So that bounce was short-lived, guys. So far, it's been short-lived. So if you were taking things like the PINS or the T-Doc, these are short-lived bounce. You see that big topping tail now on the SPY on the 15-minute chart? So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So on my homepage, I showed you how you can take a look at my scans. I'm sharing those scans. We also have a lot of scans here. So here meaning if you click on new from our toolbar and then click on docked channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. So the explosive winners, go to my homepage, mirror, okay, click on my homepage and go to the scan section. Okay, I just put the link in underneath. Okay. So in our tool, so click on new and then dock channel bar, and then these are all theme-based channels. So for instance, this one that we call explosive winners, and you see this race right here, my race is based on this. Okay, my race that you see here is based on this. I've made some adjustments. I've increased the volume and maybe a different price range and all, but it's in essence this race. Okay. I'll go over the races in a little bit, how you can do your own, or you want mine, you just have to go to the my home page and go to the scan section, and you'll see it's called race mode. We have other scans, of course, or other channels, theme-based channels. So here's a momentum channel. So you look at apron, see what apron's doing right now, APRN. Now, you'll notice it says 1041. So when you load a channel, or if you had an alert window and you loaded it now, you will see the last alert. So that's why it says 1041, even though it's 1048 now. So at 1041, apron made a new high, 393. So this is a momentum scan, and it's an alert window. And if you right click and click on configure and then summary, this will tell you what the scan is looking for. So for instance, in this scan, stocks between $1 and $50, current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this point of the day, minimum of 100,000 shares, etc. So all I'm trying to show you is the concept of creating a scan is always start off with some filters. Otherwise, if I just wanted to see stocks making new highs all day long, I'd be inundated with alerts. So you always start off with some filters to kind of whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So if these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, you get a real-time alert. So we're really good at alerting real-time alerts. So this is an example of a scan. Now, if you wanted to change this, and you didn't like that price range, you just go ahead and do it. Say I want to change it to 10 and 100 and from 1 and 50. You click on the summary. Again, now you can see it's changed to 10 and 100. You can say OK. So now what I'm really trying to show you, though, is you can take this scan that we created. You can take it as it is, or you can modify it like I showed you. And then you can right click and then you duplicate it into a free floating window. When you do that, this is what you're going to see. It's now basically what you're doing is you have to take it out of the layout. And now it's free floating, and now you can right click and save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, and just click on save. Now it's in your cloud. Now you can go to another channel and extract another scan you might like. I'm just kind of showing you the like what you could do to create your own layout without actually knowing how to create a scan from scratch. Okay. So Chris is not in this room, SG. Okay. Okay. Well, if you emailed him the details, and he'll certainly see it. All right, well, maybe that wasn't short-lived, guys. That little bounce here is looking a little bit better now. I thought that topping tail might have delayed it, but the bounce is still kind of in effect. Now, if you want to create your own scans, of course you can do that. So if you right click on an alert window, I'm going to right click on an alert window. I'm going to click on configure. And this time, instead of clicking on summary, I'm going to click on search. Here, when you see these icons, these are the real-time alert icons, okay? And when I scroll down and I see these icons, these are our filters. When the company started in 2003, they figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language. So they thought, okay, if we create enough alerts and filters that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to create their own scans. So do not get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. Obviously we had to create enough of them because we have, we have thousands of customers with all sorts of different trading styles. So we had to create enough alerts and filters. So for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys, I am now back again. Yeah, I have actually RDBX is a thumbnail chart, so I do see it, and it's starting to win this race. What do we see looking left? 858, so it's got some room. It does have some room, RDBX. RDBX. Okay, guys, so there's nothing really to talk about with the AI. There's no, I mean, there might have been an alert, but it's not none of them, neither of them are profitable right now. So that's all I look at. But so nothing really to talk about. If you have the AI, all I would do is click on new and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. This is the window you're going to see and incorporate it as part of your layout, and that's it. Okay, you can take a look at the topping plays from Zach. Okay, there was an interesting short entry. These are stocks that are usually, gone a little bit parabolic. So you can take a look at this. You're not going to get too many alerts from it. On my homepage, I think I still have something called bouncers toppers, and you can take a look at that. In the scan section, bouncers toppers. But again, you can take a look at Zach's and it's Zach's topping plays. Don't get too many alerts, but I'm not, today's maybe a little bit, well, especially, we probably going to get some more now. Look at that nice move in the market. Now, nice move in the market. So we might start to see some stocks that are starting to move higher. And then, do we really believe this is going to continue? So if you start getting some stocks that are moving higher, then they could just fizzle out. The other one is in our toolbar. If you click on new and then dock channel bar, one of these scans I think is called going down. Okay, so there's another one you can take a look at. Now, whether they're great short entries, I can't tell you, but these are definitely stocks that are weak. Depends on your trading style. Are you looking for stocks that are topping out and wanting to short them, or are you looking for stocks that are weak that are maybe basing a bit and then making another new low? It's a different way of looking at it, but look at this X Air. I had an alert set for X Air right around 702. It did not take it out. I mean, it's that simple. It did not take it out, so consequently, took a pass. Nice big move in the market, guys. Nice big move. Very disappointed in the DCT. I was really looking forward to a nice big short down here. But I've got my blue line set and it did not trigger. But it too is following the market, even though it's an earnings play. It should be more trading on its own. That's what we think anyway. It's just not doing it. It is more following the market. And today's the first day. But really haven't found something really exciting from the races. It's just because things are moving up and chopping up and down a little too much. The red box is sort of moving here, guys. RDBX is sort of moving. All right, so that's the reason. Thank you, Zach. And of course, it's 11 o'clock, so let's see if we do get a bounce. Now it's 11. Come on, don't turn red. All right, so here's one that's moving a little bit. TRVI, that had a, well, an interesting day to say the least yesterday. Look at this, almost like a doji, big topping tail, bottoming tail, almost closed where it opened. Did get up to 280, closed at 243. All right, red box, RDBX. I'm afraid to look at Dr. MA. Okay, not quite a dollar. I thought it was going to be like $10 now. Still a huge move. Yes, yes, yes. And I'm starting to hear it now because it is at a dollar. Just give me a moment, please. Actually, I see Steve, so I guess he's not on vacation. So let me just confirm that it'll be Steve this week, or this, well, yeah, it's Steve's turn Thursday in our YouTube room. He'll be there in about an hour. Why did Dash fall so much? I don't know. Let's take a look. No idea. I mean, the market, the market was down, so it was falling with the market, really. Somebody asked in our YouTube room, why did Dash fall so much? Well, you just look at the market. So it's just basically following the market and it's bouncing with the market. So it is really tied into the market. All right. Now, this silly little one, EVFM. This is, I guess this is, we'll call these the Roe versus Wade stocks. Okay. EVFM. So this got up to 149 2 days ago. Yesterday was 106. Let's see if it can take that out. 106 and start to fill in this void. Whoa, Red RDBX guys. I know, Zach. I know you mentioned it earlier. This was on my thumbnail charts, and it was starting to win races. There it is. Where is it? Right there. Caught a bit, like wow. I mean, we really haven't seen this for the last little while. After it's got up to 18, and then it kind of drifted down all the way back down to 6, basically dropping at 2/3. Memers, yeah, memers today. Well, actually, that was yesterday, but I'm sure it's the same. Okay, guys, let's see if this one has any room to keep moving. I mean, it's above yesterday's high now, 105, and again, the traction is 150. Let's think it's getting there. Well, once it started winning a race, Zach, that got me more interested, and it was holding 8, it dropped below 8, and then it popped over 8 again, and I thought, you know what, do it. You won't be able to. You can't certainly can't make any money unless you do something. So, but these are short-lived. These are not long-term plays. I'm not even talking about, we're not talking swing trading here. Even intraday, market is just so you just can't expect something to just keep running or even basing a bit. I'm not expecting something when I get into something. I'm not expecting just to keep shooting higher all day long, but just base a little bit, pull back a little bit, but don't pull back 30%. I mean, that's the problem. So you really, really have to be on the ball. You cannot wander away. Well, let's see how well it holds that the one level EVFM. So yeah, well, it issued a notice of allowance for a certain patent application for birth control. Yes, and it's not a big float either. So let's see if it can get rolling. I mean, 31 million have traded, 12 million in the float. Yeah, quick hitters, guys. RDBX is just a quick hitters. I mean, these are big pullbacks, 860, 870 back down to almost 8. That's a huge pullback percentage wise. Just watching EVFM, see how well it holds $1. Many won't trade a stock like myself, really. Stocks under $1. And why? It's just a personal decision. That's all. It's nothing, not against it. It's just sort of a personal decision. I did not know that, perfect circle. One moment, please. Okay, guys, I am back again. All right, EVFM, now or never. Now or never. Still having, yeah, I mean, the market is still popping here, guys. The encouraging thing, I mean, we had a big giant green bar, and now we've got a follow-up one, not quite as big, but at least it didn't turn red and wipe it all out. All right. Is there some movement now for this one? EVFM. Figs came from your, oh no, I thought figs came from your bounce play, but I guess it didn't. Okay. All right, keep an eye on the RDBX again. It is now started trying to base again at 15 at $8. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, what is it? ANGH. Boy, I mean, it's hard to trade these. I mean, look at this big topping tail and a big bottoming tail. So even though it's winning a race, I just can't get interested in it. It's just too erratic. So, just because things win races doesn't mean just pile into them. But man, I mean, looking for something that is a little more smooth. Well, this ICVX, this was a one that got slammed down yesterday, but I think it actually had a nice bounce. Yeah, it got all the way down to 551, closed at, yeah, that's right. I remember this one now. I think this one showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown early. It was a great little short early, and then it recovered quite a bit, but is for all the reasons it was down yesterday, I mean, they're still there. So let's see if this takes us 6 again. I'm going to stick an alert just underneath 6 for ICVX and see if it takes it out later on in the day. Lots of shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Well, everything from Zach Scan had a reasonable bounce. Really. I mean, you look at pins. In fact, that's more than reasonable. GM 3151, net 4257. Well, I could go over them, but look, they're all probably had really good bounces based on the market. What I'm looking for a big topping play. I'm sorry, Jesse. I looked at the post above you, and I thought you said pins had a reasonable bounce. No, you're right. It had a great bounce. All right, go EVFM. I'm not saying it's getting up here, but I mean, just look left. There's your next high looking left, 148. Is there a way to clear the IBTWS cache? I have no idea. There probably is. I've never done it in 6 years, so I can't help you. I'm sure there are other users of IB. Maybe they can help you, but I have no idea. Never had to do it. Have you gone to file and then, I don't know, check some? Yeah, I don't see anything easily, but why don't you do maybe just do a search in Google? I'm just looking here, clearing the .NET data cache in IB through the quote manager. I don't know. I mean, I'm just looking. I just did a Google search. Anyway, I just can't help you. Maybe somebody else who is using IB can help. Vroom vroom, guys. VRM is actually sort of a red bar ignored even. Okay, tour. I was watching this one earlier. This was just underneath $1. And there's a 200-day moving average, so it's a little bit above the VWAP. The VWAP on the 200-day are about the same, so it's moving above the VWAP and the 200-day moving average. Big, impressive move by the market, guys. Very impressive. Ah, that's why you were talking about LI. All right, well, let's see if Nova has had that topping from your scan. Zach, 1856. 1853 was the alert. I'll put that as my stop. Don't expect too much out of it, but let's just see what happens with the Nova on the short. This is what I'm talking about. This is from Zach's stopping scan, 1853. Lie, 3923. Well, it turned out to be so far. Well, 23. I mean, it's not 3923 was the alert. It got up to 3954. If you could have got it up there, yes. I don't know. You're waiting for a rug pull, not based on this candle. So that's the other issue, though, trying to play a topping play when the market's doing this. So it's sort of the reverse. So that knocked me out. It took out that 1853, so I'm out of it. I'll revisit it, but the market, the way it's moving right now, rather see at least something that's neutral or moving down, of course, for a bounce for a topping play to work. Though I will say this, that even in a market that's moving higher, some of these parabolic plays, they can be shorted. How's XLE doing? XLE. energy. So Nova's energy. So XLE is moving. Oh, I see why you're asking about Astra. ASTR. Okay, what's the next high looking left? The next high looking left is 132. Too close. After that, 141. I just see all these little areas that could stall it. It's not a low float either, 139 million. So it's going to take a bunch to move it. I mean, obviously, at some point, if it ever got up to 167, then you're talking about a potential fill. But to me, it just looks like there's too much resistance on the way up. With that float, all right, Nova, again, Nova. Boy, this market is just surging here. Yeah, remember, we're still down a ton, okay? We're still down a ton. So this is just, this is the change from the open, the change from the open. That's what this is all about. That's why we like to see things changing from the open. Let's take a look. In fact, I'll just show you what I'm talking about. If I go to our sectors, remember what we saw. I'm looking at now the sectors, but now the change from the open. You were going to see a hugely different. Remember, I mean, energy is still strong. 85% of the stocks are above the open. But remember, when we were looking at this 10 minutes before the market opened, and so we were basing this on the change from the close, all these sectors were negative. So you can just sort of see there's been a rally in tech. I mean, almost 80% of the stocks are above the open. Materials, communication, 68%. Remember, all these were, almost not quite 100% down, but very, very close. So that is why the change from the open is way more powerful than the change from the close. All right, Nova. Okay, you gave me back some of my money. So even the market was moving higher, I looked at that failed again. So a couple of topping tails right there, giving me back my money and more. I just have good old plain IB, Richard. I mean, I'm using, within IB, I'm using Mosaic, not the classic TWS. And I have no recommendations because in the 6 years I've been using IB, I've been very happy with whatever setup I've got. It's just a normal setup. Until I see a nice big dramatic percentage here in the race, just not going to I can't get too interested. For instance, if NRSN though had been saying like 10 or 15%, then I could say, wow, okay, it must be bouncing off these bottoms a little bit. But I'm just not that interested until that happens. So even though, yeah, I love the races and all, but I still have to be realistic. If I'm not getting something that some big percentages, I'm just not going to hop into something just because it's winning a race. Okay, so Richard, you must be on an older version of Trade ID. Well, okay, first of all, when you click, I don't want to do this here on this one, so I'll do it on this one. Actually, let me do this. So if I right click, launch race real time, when you do that, do you have something that says replace sorry, show company logos? You can't change it to a bar graph, but I mean, you can change it to a company logo. That's all you can do. And if you don't have that, if you don't have change show company logo, that means you have to be on a later version of Trade Ideas. I would go to our homepage and download the beta. That gets rid of the race cars. I mean, it's not a big deal, but takes up a little less space, I guess. Yeah, I'm not into hotkeys or anything like that. So yeah, I'm just the wrong person to ask those sort of questions. All right, guys, what time is it now? 11:35. So in about 20 minutes or so, I'll be taking my break. Steve Gomez will be in our YouTube room taking over for me. So actually, he'd be there at 5 minutes to. He has to leave 5 minutes early, so he was going to show up at around 11:55. You are right, Zach. The LI definitely was better than the Nova. Just depends where you're at. But even if you waited 39.23, even if you waited for that first one, there was the first alert right here. I mean, it kept going up to 39.49. Not terrible. And even if you waited for it to come back to the first alert, that was still been pretty good. So again, this is what I'm talking about. So you see the LI, the first alert was at 39.23 and it got up to 39.50 before it fell back down. So even if you had put a price alert at 39.23 to short it there, obviously in this particular case, it would have worked. Yeah, I do see, Shady, that you are in the NRSN. Well, even your bottom scan has been a gift. From this time on. from about 11 o'clock on. 10:45, that's that 10:45 candle. Yeah, I mean, it's been some great bounce plays also. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Hmm. So Vivo's showing up on your bounce. It showed up at $30, $30. Yeah, you know what showed up on your bounce scan was DCT. I'm sure you're aware of that, but yeah, at 1362, right here. Now, moved down a bit, but there it was at 1362. So that's a pretty that's a pretty decent percentage move. Well, anyway, guys, for me, and my day was made in the pre-market on the NRSN. I mean, that was just one of those things happened to right place, right time. In other words, sitting out on in my chair at 8:30 and watch that move, and then quickly look to see if there was any reason for the move. Saw there was a reason, and I couldn't get out fast enough. In other words, I kept trying to take profit along the way. It kept going higher in me. What a uh, a great situation to be in. And I don't trade the pre-market very often, but in this particular case, it was too juicy. Ah, okay. You shall be missed, Zach. Oh, Jamie, yeah, it was the NRSN, NRSN, NRSN. Just look at the 15-minute candle at 8:30. Okay, guys, I am out of everything right now. I'm sitting on my hands on cash, just kind of waiting for Steve to show up in our YouTube room probably about 10 minutes from now. He's going to be a little bit early because he's got to leave a little early. So, I was toying with the idea of holding on to the EVFM, but I just don't have a lot of faith in these, so I'm just not going to. I don't feel like holding up. Plus, I'm going to be taking my break soon, so these sort of stocks you just can't take a break on. I'd have to be staring at it, so just figured I don't want to do that. Fort Lickerdale, haha. Been several times, PJ, in my youth. Older than a youth. All right, guys, let's see now. Wow, DCTT. I almost flipped my script on that, but almost doesn't count. But look at this move. Yeah, I mean, I still think EVFM is worthwhile. It's just that I'm going to be taking my break, and I just can't hold something with that low of a float and not devote, a lot of attention to it. So I just decided to get out of it. But look, I mean, it's got all sorts of room to that 150 mark. Again, not never saying it's going to get there, but or that it's getting there, but just look left, and so at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. Well, that's why you're always sunny, Frank. Maybe one Friday afternoon when it's really slow, I'll tell you my story about Fort Lauderdale and how it could have changed my life. Tenea Therapeutics. Look at this one moving here. Okay, guys. So the fact I'm taking my break helps, but I'm just resisting the urge to get into something out of boredom. Okay. Elf Beauty, ELF. You're on a bit of a run, almost an all-time high, 85%. I guess these are the all-time highs for this one, up at 34 for ELF. STRO, yeah, I remember watching that over $5. They were on a $5 stock or so. Yeah, $5. Yeah, I mean Yesterday's high was 542. Well, I told you about it. Vivo. But you said you didn't like to do that. Yeah, this market, I mean, this is a pretty impressive move from the lows down here. Didn't look very good at all, those first two red candles, but the market has put in a nice counter move. Okay, guys, yeah, the EVFM is yeah, it's still hanging in there. EVFM basing nicely, just over a dollar, dollar 13 area now. ADN, we haven't seen ADN for a while. Remember this craziness with ADN a couple of weeks ago? Got up to 450. We haven't seen ADN for a while. At least I haven't. All right, so this PEV is starting to get back to it. 522 is where it was halted earlier. So I'm going to stick an alert in that area. And this has got such a super crazy low float of 1.87 million that if it ever gets, some enthusiasm back, some buying in, I mean, it could take that out, and because it got that room looking left. So, but just set a price alert, and it doesn't happen. But ooh, Nova is still moving down. I'm not in that anymore. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do now is just put the YouTube link in. Steve will be there in about 4 minutes, I think. He wants to start a little bit earlier. He has to leave a little earlier. So I'm going to put the YouTube link in right now. I'll put my announcement in. I'm still here until he shows up, of course, but you and your little $1, sub $1 plays. Amazing though. Okay, guys. Keeping an eye on the, that gave me a very quick hitter, a red box, RDBX. Maybe an alert around 820 might get it running again. Just stick a price alert up on these areas. That's the high of the current 15-minute chart or candle. And the 1115, maybe if it takes that out. But again, if you get into this, just be careful. I mean, again, it's got 8.8 million in the float. So low float. And look where it got to. Well, actually, I'm wrong. 858 was the high looking left. It actually got a little bit above that, just a little, 865. But you can see how that kind of stalled it. Okay, this one is new, SMFR. I haven't seen this one. Semaphore Holdings. What do they do? Okay, so this is a new one. When I say a new one, I mean I haven't seen this today on this. In fact, I don't know if I've ever seen this stock. What a disaster. It probably was a SPAC that turned into SMF4, SMF4, R4. And this is back in July of last year, so about a year ago. There you are. I hear you, Steve. Mr. Gomez, I can hear that you entered the room.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Steve.
Hold on a second. I need to have the wrong ones. There we go. I hear you now, Barry. How's everything going?
Excellent, excellent. Now I know you've got to head off
Yeah,
2 minutes early, so I'll let you go now.
big, powerful business meeting.
About 10 to, maybe we'll have a chat before you do have to
Sure.
leave. But
Sounds good.
all right, my friend,
Let me
you can
share my
take over now.
screen. Yep, let me share my screen here and I'll.
You got a question from Haida already.
Sure, we'll take a look at that. Let me add this screen here, share that, and we'll take off the side rails. We're good to go. All
All
right.
right.
See you later, Barry.
Bye-bye.
Hey, everybody, let me get my chat panel up here so I can see what's going on. Welcome to my desktop. Right, Haida, I was wondering if Steve wouldn't mind demonstrating how to build a reversal scan for 10-minute charts and then optimizing it. I signed up for premium, would like to have a reversal bounce. I've actually already got something that's kind of tailored to that, Haida, but I'm using 15-minute candles. So let's just start with what I've already made and let's see how these things are shaping out. I think it's this one right here. Let's take a look. Okay, we're calling this one slam into the 30. So that would be fading, I think was your question. Yeah, Haida, one of the good things that you've got, the standard to the upgraded premium is now that you're going to have something like this, you'll be able to back test it. I'll show you how we can optimize that and do it all. All right, so what we're doing here is this one. Okay, that's flipped. So that would be a buy. Let me find the other one. I think it's this one right here. Let me see. New high, filters, price at the 130. But S&P doesn't have to be up. We're going to change that. Let's see if we get anything. Bear with me here. I'm going to do this. Let's see if I've got a better one. Well, it's not showing anything, but let's go ahead and build one together. How I was doing that was I was using a specific moving average to fade, as you call it. So, I mean, there's a couple things we could try. I really want to get this thing to report something. There's S&P change today. Just leave that at 0. Let's see, we're starting to get some ideas here. Okay, let's look at today's history. Not too many of them, but not too few. So MOS, okay, so here we're hopping. Let's just look at the configuration real quick. I'll go to the summary. All right, these are stocks that are making a new high on the day where the price is between 20 and 79.90. I optimized that. Daily volume is at least 500,000 shares a day. So we're getting smooth trading stocks. They're not just coming from 20,000 a day and ripping up 2 million the next day. These are comfortable stocks that you have enough liquidity to trade in. Price was down. This is the key right here. The price was down at least 3% from 5 days ago. Where stocks are valued. Okay, so that's the this particular filter right here is the change from the 130. All right, I'm going to show that and why that's relevant here. So see this line, all right, this chart. I'll go ahead and share this chart with anybody who wants it because it's already configured with the two indicators that I use. I'll take a look in a minute, Mike. My chart, 15-minute. All right, so with that configuration, I've got a 10 SMA. You see here the fast line, this 10 SMA. All right, it just kind of shows me when momentum is in motion. But this is a 5-day average, and it's calculated by using a SMA with 130 periods. And I use 130 because if you divide 15-minute candles by 5 trading days, you get 130 candles. So what this does is it allows us to have a smoothed out 5-day average. And as you can kind of see just in this one stock alone here, if I go back out, let's bring up my pen. I haven't done that yet. All right, so to illustrate, this line, look at how much this line came into play there perfectly. A little sloppy there, perfect. A little sloppy yesterday, but we have dropped back down below this line. And this line is the area in which I tell it to show me the stock is making a new high, because you asked me, Haida, you want to fade. Mind a reversal scan for 10-minute charts and optimizing it. Have reversals that bounce scan. Okay, so you're looking for a reversal that bounces scan. All right, so I was working on the short side scan, but we'll just leave that there for a moment. And this is the one that I think that you might be interested in. This is the exact same thing, but it's flipped upside down. So we're buying off of the 5-day average. All right, you see that? Look at how beautiful this is. There's a spike right there. You can't see it. Boom, spike, boom. Where did it find support? At the 5-day average. So this is a contrarian scan, and I'll be happy to back test it here in a second. So we're basically just doing the opposite of what I was doing in that other scan. We've got a new high on something that's, and don't worry, I'll share this. Okay, last 5 days, the change has to have been at least -3 in the last 5 days. So it's bouncing up into its, bouncing down, excuse me. We're bouncing down for support. So it's been down 3 days. We're buying a 3-day pullback, or 3%, I should say, in over 3 days. And we're finding support at that line. So let's go ahead and take it to the next level. Let's go and back test what would happen if we wanted to trade this. So these would be longs. And I'm venturing to guess here that you're probably looking for a day trade, not to hold overnight. So let's go ahead and scan how well these might work for a hold of, I don't know, 120 minutes. Let's just see what that does. Okay, so a 2-hour hold. Risk management, we're going to tighten this up a little bit. We'll make this 1.5% risk, and we're looking to make 5% profit. Pretty good risk reward on that one. Okay, day trade to the long side. I'm slowly honing in on what you want here, but definitely this is something, this is exactly what you're asking. This is something that's pulled back. Never be this person up here buying all these green candles, because you're just asking for this to happen to you. And if you don't believe me, go ahead and try it, and then it'll start to hurt, and then you'll learn from the pain. You want to find levels that make sense, support. And again, this is why I use this 5-day. I've already got this scan on the shelf here. So let's go ahead and back test it. For the last, I don't know, let's just do the last 30 days because markets tend to change. Simulate buy, And let's see what we get. And this is where your premium subscription will come in handy, because you'll be able to have unlimited tweaking sessions and passing through and rejiggering and re-optimizing. But we'll try a little bit of that here. All right, so this has not worked very well. It's basically showing us, and I know why, we're in a down market. If I ran it again, let's try the whole enchilada and simulate buy. Because my theory was in the last month, it's been pretty hard to buy these dips. But we'll see. We'll see if we can optimize it. And yes, Perfect Circle is correct, Haida. There's a scan that on Barry's homepage called Zach's Toppers and Bouncers. So if you can find that. All right, so we have way too many trades here, 1,700. It's been underperforming over the last 60 days, but here's where the fun can start. Let's go into the optimization tab. Price is telling us nothing. It's just been crappy across the board. There's really nothing we can do there. We can't just focus on these stocks right here. That would just be cutting too much out. Time of day could be very interesting. All right, time of day is very interesting. We've got some really bad returns here up to 9 o'clock. This strategy doesn't really work until 12 Eastern or 9 Pacific. And then it kind of goes to hell again after that. So let's try rerunning at 9 o'clock. And we'll just pop into 10:30 and see if we can catch an extra 30 minutes of good stuff there. So run again. 9:30 my time. Oof. To exit time 10:30, I said? No, I said, yeah, 10:30. Oh, the entry time is 9, my bad. 9 to 10:30. So basically a lunchtime move is what they're looking at here. Or it's what the optimization is showing us. Okay, so we will run again, simulate buy. And we're going to cut out a lot of that crap, because the time of day filter there just told us that this thing doesn't really work well at certain times of the day. Much better curve right there. We're down to 371 trades. 71 trades over 60 days. That's still a lot of trades. But we got this from the red into the green just by simply optimizing the time of day. Now we're back to price. This is interesting. So price, using this time of day only, really shaped up nicely for us. But there is this little chunk here that's not working. So I wonder if we opened the price. Yeah, that's a possibility. You could do that, but I'm not going to do that. I hate to break up the middle of green to green with some red in the middle. We're just going to leave that. And then the time of day, gosh, it's still saying we could do better if we launched at 9:20 and stopped at 10 after 10. Let's just see what happens. And what you'll do is we can put in a filter so the scan doesn't show you any alerts during the time that it's not optimized. So that would have been 9:20. Basically, we know the math is going to show us a better improvement here, and we're done at 10:09, 10:10. Call it that. Simulate buy. So we're really honing in on the time of day that this idea works and doesn't work. A little better. Now we're starting to get some better returns, but we still have 232 trades over 3 months. That's a lot of trades. Maybe not, but we can take it a step further. We'll go back to the optimization tab. And then here, this is the deep dive right here. This is the one that can just take up your whole weekend if you're really into it. So let's go to other filters in our optimization tab. Now we basically have this drop-down menu with all of our filters. So we can compare and create a heat map based on how those filters looked to continue to hone in and optimize the scan. The first thing I'm going to do is look at S&P change on the day. S&P change today. Just show me what's going on with S&P change today, and something very interesting. Let's do 25 basis point intervals. Okay, there's a lot going on there. Let's try half a point. Okay, so it's basically showing us we don't want to be in these trades, and we've got 20, about 60 or 70 trades here that we don't want to be in. So how are we going to use this to our advantage? Well, we're going to add the S&P filter. Right-click right here. Set minimum S&P value change to 5.5%. So the market has to be up at least 0.5% for these trades to work. I don't know if we're going to get that today, but this is how you optimize, and this is how you really try and guarantee yourself some consistency. Look at that. It took out all those names that we just had. But the optimization says we really should do that. So if we run it again, since we made a change to configuration, we're going to have to run it from the scan. Okay, everything is still the same. The new S&P filters are in there. Let's simulate by one more time, and then I'll pass it off to you. Getting pretty good here. Look at that. 150 trades over 3 months, 76% win percentage, annualized 43%, average winner, this could do a little better. Average winner 49 cents, average loser 30 cents. But we've got everything in the green here. We've got it optimized to the date, the time, the filters that we want. So let me go ahead and share this with you. Again, you can turn on the S&P filters for today to get stuff to come in today. But as you saw, the yeah, Mike, there I'll drop you a manual on that. We have a manual. And I lost my train of thought. So let's just bring this over. Sharing it was what I was going to do. And what I was saying was, if you want to put that S&P filter and take that out, you're just kind of diminishing your probabilities. So call it buy the dip day trade. But you know what? We got to do something else. Here's what I would do. If you're very much into, well, if you didn't realize it, we have a time of day filter. And what we just learned was that the time of day is best between like 9 and 10 my time. So what we do is we grab this filter. We're going to add this filter. And what you would do is you would say, start showing me alerts 180 minutes after the open. Stop showing me these alerts, whatever that number would be. What was it, like roughly an hour? So stop showing me alerts after, I don't know, 240 minutes, something like that. So this filter would allow you to apply the optimization of the time of day so that these numbers, these symbols are not spitting out at you in the less optimum time of day. So just adding that filter alone, and highly recommend adding a sound alert too to let you know it's active. But this is your time window of the day in which that strategy seems to backtest the best. I'm not going to put those times in there because I'm going to continue to backtest this thing for other ideas. So we'll just go ahead and drop the link that I created. So Ida, that's for you. Is there an advantage to using moving averages? Yes. I would take moving averages or a VWAP or VWAP or even support or pivot levels. I would take those over candlesticks any day. The only candle alerts I really like might be like a 60-minute doji or a 60-minute bottoming tail. But in the shorter time frame periods, I can tell you from experience and save you some hassle, don't really rely on candles or reversal candles intraday. Rely more on the levels at which they're doing it. Now, if you get a nice reversal candle, which we looked at earlier, I think it was Mosaic. Let me see. Mosaic, what was it? Oh, that was perfect right there. What did I just have up there? Darn it. I don't know what stock I just had on there. But it was reversing. Does anybody remember what stock I just had on there? Yeah, it gives us a place. My friend Brian Shannon calls it an area of interest. Doesn't mean you have to do anything. It doesn't mean you should do anything. But if you start to have things lining up, like bids popping in at that support level after a little flush out, then you might have a little 15-minute bottoming tail. If I see a 15-minute bottoming tail that checked and tested that 5-day moving average, all that does is just give me more confirmation, more confidence that, yeah, okay, so I've got a nice looking candle, but more importantly, that candle is taking place at the area of interest. That's what you really need to start lining up. And again, you can use anchored VWAP for that. You can use the moving averages that I use intraday and daily. And you can also use S1, support 1, R1, which is resistance, the next resistance, and P for pivot, which is an area that's kind of a pivot level. So if you see stocks that are pulling back to those levels, that could be an area of interest for sure. God, I wish I remembered what stock I had on here last, because it was a perfect example of that. Yeah, it was that one. It's driving me crazy. I want to see it. Was it MGY? Was it this one? No, you're good, Haida. We always need content and topics to talk about here. Let me make sure I didn't miss anybody's questions first. I don't think I did. ENSC for Mike. Yeah, look at that. Notice here, another great example of the other moving average. Look at this. Test on the 5-day. Consolidation after a good volume run. Where did it find buyers? At the 10. This is my momentum line. So this tells me that this stock is in pure momentum mode right now. If I look over here, well, we already blew through the 50-day moving average. $1 could be in play because that's a pivot line. That's an area where it was prior support. It could become future resistance. So you guys got to learn how to read charts. Fundamentals just won't cut it in trading. Charts give you the timing to help you confirm the trade that you think is going to happen. All right, follow-up question. How would you use anchored volume weighted average in replacement of this scan? Sure. So you could use VWAP on a filter and like substitute VWAP with what I have in there for the 5-day moving average. Just scrap the 5-day moving average, that 130, and do the same type of thing with VWAP, you know, 0.1% below and 0.1% above. If it hits a new high or a new low, I should say, in these areas, I want to know about it. Then I can pull up the chart. I can see if there's a candle reversal that I like. I can see if it's sitting on a level of interest. And you just kind of go from there. As far as anchored VWAP goes, we can't really predict anchored VWAP as a filter because the anchored VWAP has to have a starting point. So in this case, I might look at this day and say, okay, well, that's interesting. We definitely blew through the anchored VWAP on this. What about, there's some other areas of interest. Let's see, what about this day right here? You could take these peaks and valleys. What's the anchored VWAP off of this day? Ah, look at that. Look at that even more. So off of this peak right here, using that, this day was fully visible to where the selling stopped at the anchored VWAP. So I would say, you know, I said $1 could be in play. The anchored VWAP's right there. Maybe it's more 90 cents in play. So I will pull this up a lot on the dailies and take a look at those. You can also use them on the 15-minute. So if I took like Qs maybe, and we decided to put an anchored VWAP of some areas of interest on the Qs. What's this day back here, that bottoming tail? All right, do another one. What's the day from the high up here? That'll be up higher. All right. Well, probably want to see what's the most recent low. Where's the anchored VWAP from the most recent low? And we broke it today, and we're kind of just fighting it right now. So I will use anchored VWAP on those. Occasionally, I might even use it on an intraday chart, 5-minute chart. Let's see if there's anything interesting on that. Going off like a 5-minute chart. Maybe go like anchored VWAP from that open right there. It's not really telling us a whole lot, but that's the point. Try and find levels of interest that make sense either for a pivot level, support level, or resistance level. But in your case, if you're buying, you want to look at S1, a support level. All right, let's see what's going on here. Oh, HAE, thank you, Altrade. You reminded me. There it is. So in my example, Aida, that I was talking earlier, if you can find, thank you very much, by the way, HTrade. If you can find reversal candles that marry up to areas of interest, then you've just got 2 pieces of the puzzle to give you a little bit more confidence that you might want to take a chance here. That was a good call there. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, Mike Gaeta says we're going to need a manual. So let's bring something up here. how to use trade ideas. Back testing, optimization. Words, back testing. Let me see if I can add let me just try optimization. Back tester, odds maker, optimization tab, and optimization tabs. There we go. So, this is I will drop this link, and this is the link for the entire user guide. Once you're done with this topic, you can go to the search and search for a new topic. All the topics over here on the left side as well. But let me drop that link for a rehash of basically what I was doing in back testing optimization. So as you saw, I just typed in a keyword, optimization. That's all I really needed. Yeah, you won't nail it overnight, Haida, but like I said, once you start playing with it and you start seeing results and you're starting to figure out a way to incorporate those past results to help you with future trades, it becomes pretty addicting. And I find this, I find the back testing and odds maker much. I don't want to say much, but probably a little more valuable for the day trading stuff, because the further out you go with my swing trades, my 2 and 3 day type trades, those can become harder and harder to back test and get good results. Let's see. When I look at the manual, it says to right-click alert window for. Oh, okay, yeah, it is the same. That's a horrible little overlap that we have there. We used to call it odds maker, and it is now called backtest. And you can only do this in an alert window. Can't do it in a top list window because you'll need an event. The event is what triggers the trade to initiate and tracks the trade until you close it, or it's stopped out, or it's reached its target. So yeah, that will only show up in the A windows backtest strategy. Just a quick little refresher course here. Buy that again. This is the optimized one with, I think. Okay, this one's not optimized. So you would just go in and start this tab right here. And you can do price, time of day, easy right there. Green all the way up to 10 o'clock Pacific time. You cut the rest of that out. And then other filters. This is where you can really go down the rabbit hole. If you want to look at AIDA, you might even want to look at distance from, distance from pivot, distance from support and resistance, distance from VWAP. So you can start back testing and optimizing using these. All right, let's just look at something, for instance, distance from, this would be a buy. So distance from support 1, pivot S1. What does that look like? Oh, okay. So all of a sudden, we would say, well, here's the green from distance from support, anywhere from was that 1.9%, 0 to 1.9%, all the way up to 7%. So you could just right click and set the minimum value of distance from VWAP at that first green heat map row right there. So that's just the gist of it. All right, that was a good topical question. Good thing to touch on. What else you guys want to talk about? Let's talk about the market in general. So I telegraphed this trade on Twitter. It's in real time. It's still open. I said 2 days ago at the open, the IWM was slamming right into its declining 20-day SMA, and basically right here on the intraday chart. So I went ahead and I bought some TZA, which is the inverse, based on the IWM chart. I never base anything off of a triple inverse chart. That's just a funhouse mirror. But for the dailies, I use the underlying asset, which is IWM Russell 2000, and then I go for triple leverage by buying TZA. So I bought TZA right there, And look at that. It told me no reason for me to get out of it on that particular day. It stayed above my momentum line all day. Then we had some follow through yesterday and then a little bit of chop session right there. Big gap up. I kind of thought that maybe we would find some support there at my moving average, but it looks like the momentum is dying for a little bit. Quite possible we just want to fill this gap, which would look like, on the SPY, would be filling this gap right there at 380. Qs would be filling their gaps around 283, so on. So I'm just kind of waiting and watching. I'm not getting out of this. It's a swing trade. I'm sticking around to try and break through that level. Whether it takes a more couple days, I don't know. Now today is the end of quarter two. There could be some interesting fireworks by the close. I don't know. Could be balancing, portfolio balancing, things like that. But for the moment, it looks like we have just filled the gap there in my inverse ETF. So this is what swing traders have to do. You just got to kind of let these things work around a little bit and just keep your target, your prize in mind. And that's the prize up here. So I'm gunning for that. On the daily chart, it has reclaimed its 10. So yesterday it broke its 10 and then recovered its 10 SMA. But today it's poking its little turtle head up through there. So buyers are trying to put in a fight here midday. Midday is not always the best time to stage a rally, but more often than not, midday can be the inverse of the current trend, which we still have as down. But nonetheless, the buyers are coming in and trying to buy some stuff. Maybe they're trying to get ahead of quarter three. I don't know. But I'm going to stay in this trade. I'll basically stay in this trade until my entry point is proven wrong. Like if it was to come back up and then close back above that 20, I'd probably get out then. But for now, as a swing trader, I'm just going to let things breathe. They got to breathe. I mean, this is one giant exhalation right there. And then we'll see what happens in the final 2 hours. Treasuries dropped below 3%. Yeah, that's probably helping too. What's oil doing? Oil's kind of trading with the market here, it looks like. Yeah, if officially in a recession today, I think the recession is going to be based off of the GDP numbers. But as far as you might mean to say bear market, I don't know. It's possible. Peter. Holding through Deviant. Big good bounce here. Deviant, Devon Energy. Yeah, the energy plays. Let's see. That 200-day is lurking right below you. If things don't go your way, you might have to watch that level, 52.25. But it's been tough to buy this market. The bounces don't last long. As a matter of fact, if any of you were in my webinar on Tuesday, I'm sure somebody was, we went through and we created some price alerts based on a scan that I have, which would be, where are you? Slam into the 50-day. Okay, so I used this, nothing in here today, but in the history of this particular scan, these are all stocks that were bouncing into their 50-day moving average. It's been a couple days since anything has come through here, but here's what happened. That's the scan that I went through on Tuesday, 2 days ago, and we looked at all of these. All right, here's a beautiful example. The first one, we set these price alerts, and I gave them out to everybody. So I don't know if you attended my webinar and you had this price alerts pop up. Hopefully there was some opportunity, because it looks like I'm about to show you there was some opportunity. There is the slam into the 50 right there. So this stock slammed into the 50 on this day, and after the close, we said, hey, if it breaks down, we want to be short. And so that one's working. WNC, it was working pretty good. It was all the way up here. We faded that green line. So big day yesterday, a drop in WNC, but today we're getting a bit of a bounce. But all of these shorts that went out, I think that one reversed on us there. So, and I think so a lot of these are probably reversing now. By the way, when you back test this thing, check this out. Back test for swing trade. I think it's already optimized. Exit. This is the key. So at market open tomorrow plus, this is a 3-day hold, 3.5-day hold that we're going to sample here. Everything else being the same. So this is a simulate sell situation, and I'll show you how well this thing has been performing. But again, it's a short seller's scan. Okay, so it's doing okay. It's kind of come off the last little couple few days. It's come off. Actually, you know what? We need to do this. I think we're going to run again. Yeah, nope, that was it. That ran 30 days. Okay, so it's just 1 month of back testing right there. The shorts are still working for a few day hold on the swing trading side. Get down. All right, let's see what's going on. You're planning to sell half soon? Okay, yeah. Selling half sometimes just to the point of sleeping better is something that can happen. You get too much of something and you just feel uncomfortable in it, so you liquidate to the point of being able to sleep at night. Still some continued push in the Qs, but they really need to get up here above that resistance they had yesterday. SPY. Come on. SPY is right there. It's pretty close to that yesterday ridge. Gap closure at 380. But if it can't get above 381, well, if it does get above 381, it probably shouldn't find much strength above, in my opinion, above this blue 5-day line. This really could be a bounce area up here. I would be very careful about buying things when the S&Ps are up in this range if we get there, because you're just running right into resistance again after a couple hours of solid upside. And we're in a bear market. And in a bear market, you don't buy the dips, you sell the rips. That's just how it goes. ATH. Seems like pretty low liquidity, but not. Oh boy. I try and stay away from the biological and pharmaceutical stuff because you can get absolutely prison raped if you're not careful overnight. These inverse ETFs are going back to lows, but I'm just going to let it work itself out. We'll go ahead and show that one. Continued push in the midday markets here. I do feel we're going to run into a little bit of resistance at some point. Again, the markets have to breathe. All right. I see a question. Perfect circle. I haven't traded for very long, a little over a year now. Are these gaps abnormal? Yes and no. Gaps will always happen, but in a market that's as volatile and illiquid as this one is right now, you're more likely to get those gaps. And I'll tell you, on this trade in TZA, if it goes my way and I come in one day and the market's gapping down really big on the open, I'll probably use that as my opportunity to take profits on that TZA. Because a lot of times they either gap up and retrace back, or they gap down and they fight back to even. We haven't really seen a gap down and puke. That's the scariest of all scaries, when the market's already been weak and then it gaps way down and everybody goes, oh, this is a big gap down, I'm going to go ahead and buy it. and it doesn't work, and then it just catches everybody on their heels. I haven't seen that day yet. Actually, maybe here. This was a good day for that. That big gap down didn't follow through. This gap down kind of followed through, but then reversed quickly. So if I get any more of these big gap down days, I'm going to take it and use it for profit. But until then, I'll kick myself if I get out midday, mid-trade, mid-plan. It just doesn't make sense. Is it MKT or the market? The market. Yeah, it is, but I don't know how much more we've got to go here intraday is all. I'm just saying, be careful. Don't be the person that feels safe when the market's back up here again to start buying new positions and things, because all it takes is a couple of down ticks. Your entire watch list and portfolio will immediately lose bid and start going down. Things just follow the market a lot. Not always completely, but it's very hard to find, the general run-of-the-mill stocks that are not running on news, trading and being strong with the backdrop of the market being weak. It's very hard to catch those. So we're already getting a little bit of a spike there, but we'll see. It's too early to tell. It's still a lot of time in the day. All right, what else would you guys like to talk about? You can always look at charts. The DQ trade of the week from a week and a half ago. Nice looking reversal candle right there onto the 10-day SMA. It was nice to see. Popping back up into play. DQ is strong. Now, VIPS, on the other hand, was a horrible trade of the week. It just did not work. Faked a breakout to new highs, triggered people in. No follow through, immediately collapses on itself. That's a tough one. We're on the same page, Wolf, 380. What I said earlier, we're going to probably close that gap around 380. Then we're going to start to get a little bit more pressure of the sellers coming in. LMT, good for a short. Let's see. We don't want to chase shorts. No, I don't think I'd short this. This thing is showing its intraday strength right here, showing it's following momentum to the upside. That's our confirmation right there. On the daily, we're in no man's land. I'll tell you what you could do is you could set a price alert for that 50, which is what that scan looks for that we looked at a minute ago, 3-day hold shorts. Just come up here and I'll show you. I'll do the same thing. You just create a price alert right at that 50-day SMA, set it and forget it. That might be a more interesting level to fade. This looks strong. It's up 2% on the day. Guided missile and space. Okay, so this is probably be becoming a story stock with all the crazy stuff going on in the world, perhaps. Let me just say this is not my favorite company. These people are evil. When Eisenhower tried to warn the American public of the military-industrial complex, that's these bastards. Do I use the races? Haida, I only use them once, and that's in the morning. And I use them off either or both, either my sector watch list and also my personal stock watch list. Got a lot of names in there. So I will run races right at the open, primarily on this sector, because it's a top-down approach. And this is the key. Notice I've got change from the open, right? Change from the open shows us that TAN is extremely strong from the open, and it's also extremely strong from the close. What's TAN? It's the solar sector. Let's just take a look at that sector. So early on in the morning, I would have liked to know, and I actually saw it, but I've been really busy today. I haven't been trading a lot. But I saw it in the races that TAN held its open the best of any of them. So we're talking launch real-time race. And what you want to do is change from the open. I don't care about change from the close. I want to know who's holding their relative strength from the open. Max of 20 names. I'll do a 5-minute race. We will repeat the race, auto rerun, replace cars if something comes in that's new, and show company logo. So we're changing it from the cars to the logos. And the sort really should be on delta value. That's what gives the prettiest look as to who's doing what. The strong ones go to the top and the weak ones go to the bottom, as opposed to just like a horse race coming out of the gate. So that's what I would do in the first 5 minutes of the morning. And pretty much every morning after 9:35, I have a pretty good idea of what sector I should probably putting my focus on today. So back in my mind, if I saw something that I really liked and it was a solar, or something came through my alert that was a solar, I'd be buying it today. Look at that, it's still holding up. So this is the kind of perfect situation that you can use the races for. Now, Chris and Barry and the other scout day traders. Oh my God, I almost called Barry scalper. I hope he's not listening. The day traders like Chris and Barry, they will constantly be running them. Oh no, he came off mute.
I heard that.
I didn't quite iterate it, but it was close.
I'll mute myself again, though.
So Barry and Chris use these all throughout the day to constantly find what is in motion. That's how. And I got to tell you, and I know Barry's nodding as I say this. When Dan first announced this and tried to paint his vision for this, the dinosaur traders like me and Barry and Andy, and Jamie, we're kind of just shaking our head like, well, what's this all about? But since then, he has won us over. Dan's vision has won us over to apply these races practically to however you want to use them. Again, I use them for the sectors in the morning, but Barry and Chris are constantly having them run throughout the day, and they can see where the action is on the stocks on the watch list or stocks that are doing explosive volume. You can talk to Barry about how he specifically configures his races, or Chris. But your question was to me, and I just primarily use them in the morning to check out my sectors, and then I will also run one off of my watch list over here, all the names I'm interested in, and that's it. So the lesson there is everybody uses it, but a slightly different way. But the good news is we all kind of see the value in it now. We didn't see it at first, just being alerts and chart reader guys, and blinking lights. We're like, how's this going to help me? But we have all honed in and figured out how to make it help. Voice of the Overlord. All right, let's make sure. 60% of the time it works every time. Just saw that the other day. That's funny. Dude, you stabbed somebody. Where'd you get a Triton? Funny comments. All right, back to a question. Would it make sense for the bounce reversal scans you made and that I'm interested in? Sure, except the problem is that's an alert window. The top list windows don't have a new high, new low event. I need to see the sequel. That's probably a good call there. I'm actually going to start rewatching Eastbound and Down. I need some good politically incorrect humor right about now. So you can't run a race off of an alert, which is what I shared with you, because it has a new high, new low event. It's event-based. Top list windows are filter-based. As long as all the filters are satisfied, they're just going to remain on that grid pattern. So there's no event telling us it's doing something. So that's why that's a great segue, actually. That's one of the reasons the races were created. Because who can look at a list like this over here and tell what the hell is happening? Well, something just happened. I don't know. Something moved up and down. I don't know what that's all about. But the races bring into perspective a whole new level for the top list window. You're no longer just looking at a grid, spreadsheet, and colors. You're looking at real-time action relative to everything else on this scan. So it quickly is a great aid to help show you what's jumping out off of a top list window. So if you ever create a top list window, something that you're interested in, maybe stocks that are all, you could create a top list window for show me all stocks that are trading at their VWAP or the level of interest that we talked about. You would just have a simple list of names, and then you could draw your race from there, and it takes it to the next level. It shows you in real time who's really starting to stick out here, and it gives you an early warning. That's really the bottom line. Is we're all saying, well, how are we going to make money using this? Well, if you can be earlier, than you were before and right, it's going to help. So anything early that's of value that gives you a quick look before anybody else, and nobody else has these features because they don't have the architecture that Trade Ideas is built on. My TZA went flat. Let's check on the underlying IWM. Look at that. I'm going to draw a line right there. When I look at a chart, this is what I see. What happened yesterday? Couldn't get above that level yesterday. Gap down today, pull the battering ram back. Let's try it again. But we don't know how it's going to resolve because we've got a giant little selling wick right there. So these are the kind of things I see, and this is the kind of thing that keeps me in a swing trade. Just because the market goes against you for 45 minutes in the middle of the day on your profitable swing trade doesn't mean you have to pound out. Because trust me, the feeling of pounding out and then watching it plummet the next day, you start counting up all the money you missed and you start getting angry at yourself. Or why did I ditch my plan? And what's my plan? My plan as a swing trader is to wait until the end of the day to manage the losers. I will manage the winners during the day. I'll take profits in pieces during the day. But if I want to manage a loser that's just not working and it's closing below a level I don't want, I'll get out at the close. I won't stick around for the gap down the next day. And what that's done is it's saved me a lot of times from getting out too soon. You get all wigged out about a momentary blip on the intraday, and it's really annoying when you let those intraday emotional moments scare you out of your bigger picture plan. Very hard to be easy on yourself when you do that. So I wait till the end of the day. I will also wait till the end of the day to enter a swing trade. Like, wow, this thing consolidated, wicked down, and now it's closing back above that key moving average on the daily chart. Wow, I'm going to take a chance on this one early. And if I'm lucky, maybe I'll even get a slight gap up tomorrow as everybody else starts to see it. So I will take positions at the close as well, as long as they look good. But I just hate giving up a position midday because it's a profitable one. See, we're all wired to fear that the profit that's there is going to disappear, when we should be fearing the profit that's there still has more on it, more to go. We're wired the opposite. We need to fear missing out on the most that we can get out of the trade. And yeah, that's it. Just need to pay attention to what you're scared of. Because I saw a guy last night say, trading is charts. It's charts, learning, perfect circle. You can agree. You're just trying to get your bearings here on these charts. And then all of a sudden you start to see things and start to make some trades and things are happening and you're beginning to form your methodology, which is going to be different from anybody else. But once you got that methodology formed, you still have a giant hurdle to clear, and that is the mental state of trading. When to pull the trigger, when not to pull the trigger, when to not be emotional, when to cut the Band-Aid and rip it off and accept the loss, when to have confidence that you can trust this plan and jump into it. But if you don't have confidence, you don't have a hold of your head mentally, the emotions are really going to screw with you as a trader. So that's the next level after you start to learn to read charts and understand what's going on and figure out how you want to play it. You become your own worst enemy in your psychology. So you've got to be very careful and very aware, very cognizant of what your mind is thinking in these trades. Is it going against what you thought last night as you were having a beer and calmly looking at the charts? Oh yeah, if I just did this, I'll just do that. But then the bell rings, you get in the heat of the moment, you see those numbers dancing around, you're like, oh man, I just lost this. You can't get into that state. You've got to just stay. Here's my entry. Here's my downside risk. This is my target. I'm going to try not to let anything shake me out in between. I hate it when the market just all of a sudden, it did that a lot about 3 months ago. The market for no reason would midday just start plummeting. And a couple times I got scared and I would sell midday and the market just reversed. And I just hate that so much. Yeah, you feeling it over there, Wolf? Yeah, again, there's greed demons and there's fear demons. And one of the reasons I like to buy in chunks or I'll definitely sell in chunks. And let's just say sell for profit in chunks, because a stop loss would be the whole thing. But when you're trying to maximize your profits, something so and so just made a new high and it's screaming another new high. Boom, boom, boom. Well, that's your moment to take 1/3 or 1/4 off the table for me. And once I'm in profit mode. So kind of forgot where I was going with that. Yeah, fearful. So yeah, the greed demons and the fear demons. Um, they both get you. They both force you out of a good trade. And we fear that we're going to lose money when we should really be fearing that we're going to be left out of the remainder of this move that we should be in. And selling in chunks. That was my point. There's nothing better than satisfying the greed demon on your own shoulder and the fear demon on your other shoulder, tapping you, telling you to sell or do something. There's nothing better than satisfying both of them at the same time by selling a chunk for a big win or for a win, something at highs. Just peel some off, like you say there, and peel it. And as you do that, I'm telling you guys, it's a tremendous mental advantage to allow you to take profits, and you've satisfied the greed demon, the fear demon. All of a sudden, you're not afraid of a pullback anymore because you just took some profits. Again, we're fearing the pullbacks when we should in reality be fearing that we're missing out on the most uh, maximized move that we can get out of it. So just remember, when in doubt, sell half. It'd be amazing how it can calm your mind by booking something and putting it down. It gives you a little confidence, takes the fear demon away, and
A
it
minute, Steve. I'm
and it
madly
satisfies.
I'm scrambling to write all this down. Okay.
Greed demon on your left shoulder, fear demon on your right shoulder, tapping
I
you on
called
the
it the
head.
little devil, but
The little devil.
the devil,
Yeah,
yeah. Yeah,
yeah.
you have your little right hand devil. Actually, I'll call it the angel and the devil.
There you go.
When I describe about obeying your stops,
Right.
and how we talk about, yeah, obey your stop, obey your stop, obey your stop. But then the devil says, you know what, that stop was too tight. You know what? Because this is definitely going to bounce. And so you listen to the devil,
Hmm.
and you're below your stop now. Instead of down 100, now you're down 2. The devil keeps saying, don't worry about it, it's going to come back.
And then the
And then
greed
you're
demon
down,
says, "Buy more, average more."
or the greed demon could do that, and then
Yeah.
finally you sell at $500 loss instead of the 100, and you turn left and you look at your debt. He's not there anymore. He's not there anymore.
Yeah. Yeah.
Meanwhile, the angel, though, on the other hand, would say, sell it,
Hmm.
obey your stop. And it's true, though. I mean, it's that inner conflict that we always have all day long, and we all have it. I
So,
mean,
so you would agree, like once you figure out what's going on and you start to get some taste of a method and a way to go, your next big hurdle is your own mind.
oh, no question. No, no question. And I don't care how long I've been trading. When I see, you see some crazy move and you start wondering, well, should I get out now? Should I get out now? But I'm just like you. I mean, especially a guy like me who trades, the really
Active.
super active stocks. Something that goes up 20 or 30 or 40% in, 10 seconds. I got to take
You
some
have to.
out.
Yeah, you have
I
to. That's
have
your
to,
time frame, and you're
have
maximizing your
to.
time frame.
Yeah. And if it goes up 1,000%, so be it. But I've
So be
taken
it.
out
Now,
that 30 or 40.
even some of the greatest traders I know, and somebody asked, I'll tell you a couple. They
Well, I was
still
waiting
feel
for you to say me, but that's okay.
they still feel like they sold too. They get angry when the stock goes higher, even after a great trade. They're still like, oh,
Yeah.
I could have done better. And it's hard. It's too hard to do that on yourself. You got to just take what you can get.
Well, I know you got to get out of here, but I seem to remember some kind of a psychological study that was done that shows people are more upset about losing out on a big win than taking a loss.
Well, let's just talk about that. That's called FOMO. The fear of missing out is a very powerful emotion. Whether you're chasing home bidding prices or outbidding other people on the home because you got to get in, or you're chasing
Hmm.
green candles because you got to get in, or you're buying GameStop and AMC because your neighbor, who's an idiot, is making all this money and you can't handle it.
You're not talking about Dan, are you?
No, he's not my neighbor. But I am going to meet with him and Brad here and have some
I
lunch
know
and
you are.
do some business pretty soon. So,
Yeah, business on the golf course. Come on, you can tell us, Steve. You can
Barry,
tell us.
you just blew my cover.
It's okay. It's okay. All the best minds get together on a golf course.
That's where it happens.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
So if you want to head off now, you can do so.
I will.
It's
Thank you.
12:52.
Yeah, I'm going to log out of all my stuff and I'm going to go talk some shop and hit some white balls.
Okay, let me just get my stream going. Okay, my stream's going. Thanks a lot, Steve.
You got it. See you, everybody.
Okay, guys, I'm now back in the YouTube room, and I'm now back in the other room. I'm back in both rooms. My last step is just to get my music going. Okay. So guys, I'm going to give this to you, okay? I created, well, I didn't create it. I had this one, consecutive 15-minute candles, I call it. And if you're looking for stocks that are in a trend, okay, either on the upside or the downside, this is not a bad little top list. I might even I wonder if I should. I might even take, try to create a race out of it. But right now, for instance, if you look at ELF, now obviously, I mean, this is an incredible trend. So when we see the market kind of chopping around, not that it's really chopping anymore. I mean, we've had a nice uptrend for a while now. But when the market gets into a kind of a chop mode, and you start to think to yourself, well, man, are there any stocks that are kind of trending, moving at least 45 minutes in the same direction, either up or down? This consecutive 15-minute candle that I mean, I've had this one for years. It's very, very simple. It's just here's my configuration. Um, has to be at least two 15-minute candles up or two 15-minute candles down. That's what that is talking about. I've got a minimum of 300,000 shares. This is my price range, okay, 5 to 50, but of course you can change it. But the thing is I sort on the consecutive candles column. So this is telling me, for instance, ELF, unbelievable, 12 consecutive 15-minute candles in a row. So, you can look at it one of two ways. I mean, I'm not saying you chase these, but you could also be looking at that going, you know what? At some point, it's got to come back down, doesn't it? I mean, how can something be 12, 13, 14, 15-minute candles in a row up? So you could maybe even use a scan like this or a top list like this just to track stocks that look like they could be so extended. The only thing I'll say about ELF is that it has been an orderly move up. In other words, there haven't been some giant green candles. This has been an orderly move up. So, and then on the way down, I'd have to scroll down here. For instance, Zyme. Well, there's only one making this list. OHPA is the only, and it's doing nothing. So you would think, yeah, because of what the market's doing, not too many like consecutive 15-minute candles down, just based on what the market's doing. The market turns around and starts moving down. I'm sure you're going to start getting a lot of 15-minute candles on the way down. So I can give this to people if you want. It's not on my homepage. I just had this sort of tucked away on another monitor, but I can give this to you, and you can take a look at it. You can adjust it, of course, as much as you want. So I see Wilf, you like that scan, you can have it, and I'll put it in here, and I'll put it in here. So look at KRG. Now, KRG, the way this is color coded, okay? How I've color coded this is that when you look at KRG and you see orange, that means it's down for the day still, even though it's had this run up. Okay, so you can see KRG is still down for the day. So when you see it in orange, it just means that the stock is down for the day, but it's moving higher. When it's in green, it means it's up for the day and moving higher. Look left, Larry. Can I share the small scanner? Which one are you talking about, Iris? I mean, I'm sharing virtually everything on my home page. So which one are you talking about? Yeah, okay, Denver, have fun. Have fun. Oh, okay, I just did. Okay, it's underneath you. Okay, just where you posted in caps, the one you mentioned before. Now, the other thing is, I mean, you can also, I mean, if you want it to be 5 minutes, I've done it on consecutive 5-minute candles, but here's something else you can do. I could add, for instance, let me just do a search. I'm going to search on consecutive, and I'm going to click on 5 minutes, but I'm going to show the column. So for instance, I could sort on consecutive 5-minute column, 5-minute candles right now if I wanted to. That's how I'm sorting. So ELF, obviously still 5 minutes. I mean, look at this. But I'm going to keep it on this. I'm going to keep sorting on the consecutive 15-minute candles. And it's just a matter of looking, just watching. And again, I could try to change this, turn this into a race of some sort. I'd have to figure out what I would want to race on, the number of candles or something like that. But anyway, but right now it's just sort of in sitting on another monitor. I take a glance at it and see what's happening. Yeah, well, it's good in, again, today is not a great example of it because we are actually in a bit of a trend now. Okay, I mean, ever since 10:45, we've been in a bit of a trend. Not a bit of a trend. We've been in certainly an upward trend. But imagine a day like, I think we've had the days where the SPY's been up, it's been down, it's been up, it's been down. Very difficult to find anything that's trending. So if you had this scan, you might just want to run it on a day like, well, even today, I don't mind running it today. But it also may alert us to things again, like an ELF. I mean, how much further, how many more 15-minute candles can this go higher? You think about it. It's over the VWAP, 2979, 2791. So it's over the 200-day, it's over the VWAP. I don't see any specific news on it. It's not an earnings play. I mean, I have a lot of scans, guys, that I've created over the years. I mean, I don't, and that's why you never delete a scan. Okay, anything you've ever created, make sure you save it to the cloud because you never know when you might want to just bring it back and take a look, what's happening with it. But I probably haven't looked at that for, I don't know, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. I really don't know. Inlet, let's take a look at inlet. Inlet is going nuts. Well, it's halted. Very low volume. So it's halted on very, very low volume. So this is halted several times. Oh, this is no, it's not an IPO. It looks like this was a SPAC, of course. You can just sort of tell, at the $10. So this must have been a SPAC that turned into Inlet. Or wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. I'm sorry, this is still a SPAC. Okay, forget it. This is still a SPAC. My goodness, what's going on? What's the news on it? Ah, so they're going to be taking Safe Harbor Financial to approve the acquisition of Safe Harbor Financial. Crazy. I don't think, my guess is there are no shorts available for that at Interactive Brokers and Lit. No, unfortunately, there are none. I mean, this is going to, this could have like a 30 open. Look at this. Halted at 24.20. There it is. There's a projected, could be the open at 30. I don't backtest. Perfect. Well, if Centerpoint can't find shorts for Analyst, then this is one of those ones that, well, we haven't seen the ones that have hit 100 for a while. I think the last one didn't quite hit 100, but I think was Indo. Didn't quite hit 100. But what did it get up to? 86.99. You got it, perfect. I have nothing against backtesting. I mean, if you have the time and the inclination, the power, the will, requires a little bit of. Well, you definitely have to have patience. I've got patience, but I don't have the time. All right, GRFS. Now, how easy would it have been to get up here at 11.99? All right, guys. ASPN is making a move to the upside. Okay, ASPN making a move to the upside. Yeah, I mean, listen, I have a question about NRS and touching four again. I mean, it's been the only way I would even look at this. It would have to really clear four. It'd probably have to get up to about the 415 level. Okay, but it's been just sort of, and on some volume, some volume would have to come in. I mean, look, it did hit almost 543 in the pre-market. So, I mean, there is that, but I'm just finding it's just a little too choppy. So I would probably, in fact, better do that. I'm going to stick an alert at 413. See if it takes it out later. Four doesn't get me in though. I mean, look how choppy it is. Up, down, up. I mean, the trend is a little bit up on the five, but and there's Elf. I made another 15-minute candle before it's not. Man, look at this. Just trying to see if there's any. The overnight face mask market to see a stunning growth. Okay. I could use one of those. Yeah, you're right. Well, it just won a race, didn't it? TKLF. And it's low float, 4.6 million. China, well, I guess not technically. Japan, sorry, not, I'm sorry. I don't want to offend anybody who's Japanese here. This is a Japanese stock, not China at all. Japanese. I had to squint to see the flag. And what do we see here? So Yoshitsuko, I sort of remember this one. Oh yeah, that's right. This was I think this was an IPO, or it got listed on NASDAQ. I think it was probably a Japanese stock that got listed on NASDAQ, and all sorts of excitement briefly in that month, 40, all the way back down to four. I mean, that's insane. The Regis Corporation, RGS. Okay, why are you doing this? Okay, you're over $1. And looking left, what's the next high looking left? $1.28, $1.10. A bit of resistance. That's probably, yeah, it's a relatively low float, 38 million in the float. I've seen Grove all day on the way down, GROV, but let's take a look. Okay, yeah, I saw it all moving all the way down. This was in the Biggest Losers, but okay. Well, what's the high yesterday was 633. So another, I'm going to say this was a SPAC that turned into GROV. So I'm not a big moving average guy, Barries. Okay, so I'm the wrong person for that. The only moving average I really pay attention to is the 200-day. Okay. Now, as far as support and resistance is concerned, support and resistance is very subjective. I mean, when I look at a chart and see what I think might be support or resistance may not be the same as somebody else. I mean, I'm because most of my trades, most of the things that I see are near the high or the low of the day. My idea is just really looking left to see on a daily chart or a weekly or a monthly to see where the next high or low is. So, so I mean, a lot of people would think, well, that's not the way to do it. Well, and that's fine. So but for instance, I mean, if I look at Grove right now, I mean, I can see right on Grove, to me, looks like there's a lot of, potential resistance right around 620. That's yesterday's or the pre-market 15-minute candles. That to me could be easily some resistance as an example. Somebody else may look at that, go, nope, I think it's up here, at 669. That's fine. But as far as moving averages are concerned, I know Steve is a big proponent, and I've got them on here, but I freely admit I don't pay that much attention to it, other than the 200-day. That is not to say that. I mean, Steve has been able to, this 10-day or the jam down to the 10 SMA and things like that, and he's using that to his advantage. Is It's just for me, I get too confused if I have so many different things going on, so many different things to look at, and that's why I'm loving the races, because it's basically getting me to focus. I would say 90 to 95% on one window now, as opposed to jumping around from window to window. So that doesn't mean, again, Barish, if I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't or others shouldn't look at a 10-day moving average or a 20 on the daily or some intraday moving averages. I'm just not big on that. That's all. Worst thing anybody could ever say to you or anybody is this is what you should do, in my opinion, anyway. The only thing I'll ever say on, as being somewhat emphatic is to put a stop and obey it. That's about that's the thing I'm adamant about. But other than that, people ask me, do I use time and sales? No, I don't. I don't see it. I don't see. I think there are too many games being played in I'm sorry, time and sales on the level two. But again, if a person can find a way to use level two to their advantage, go for it. Yeah, I'm afraid to look. Yeah, but unless you just got some money and you don't mind losing. I mean, look at the spread right now, 28, 29.02. And as you know, this could go to 40 or 100 or 1,000. I mean, we just don't know. We just don't know. And it's not shortable. So it's not even shortable for Zach at center point. So there's no downward pressure in that regard. So the big downward pressure is just going to be people who, through the whatever great fortune, they got in around 12, and now they're going to start, they probably were selling on the way up and just taking profit. It's not a lot of volume, 102,000 to move 214%. It's insane. Well, if Zach is correct, I mean, this Grove, if there's a bit of a sympathy play with it, a little more orderly, the spread isn't crazy. And there you go. You see what happened? And it's halted now on the way down. So, I mean, listen, if you were fortunate enough to get it, at a decent price off that when it resumed, more power to you. This is not for newbies, though, for sure. It's not for old bees, really. Meanwhile, guys, there's Elf. Is it finally going to give up some? ELF. I mean, there's the first little, there's a little 5-minute red candle, a little wee topping tail up here on the 15 at 30.78. But now, one of the reasons why something like ELF would not show up in Zach's scan is that it's not parabolic. I mean, I know it looks obviously it's been straight up, but there's been no giant green candles to get into that parabolic state. Try it, Mike. See what happens. Taking a well, that ELF is still so darn strong. I was really, really thinking about shorting it, but it is still so strong still. Okay, so this just showed up on Zach's bouncers. Okay, AR. Now let's see if the market can stop going down, though. Okay, well, that's the first big red candle we've had. If it, you wouldn't want to, in my opinion, anyway, you wouldn't want to see it take out this 377. Excuse me. I'm going to put a price alert at 377 and change on the SPY, which is basically the bottom of the bodies of those three 15-minute candles. Yeah, I mean the possibilities are endless really when it comes to the races in terms of the top list that you run. For instance, one of the let me see if I still have this one. Yeah, pharmaceutical preparation manufacturing. So this is a top list, okay? These are strong, these are the ones that you know what I want to do because I'm getting too many of these. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is go to the similar and type in, okay, that looks a little more like these bios, excuse me, bios. But you could take a top list and then run the races on a specific sector as an example. So if you thought there was a hot sector, or you know, these bios are usually hot all day long. I mean, hot in that there's movement. So you could take you know, any top list, run a race on it, especially if it's in your favorite sector. What I don't want to do though is I don't want to have, you know, I don't go back. I don't want to fall into the trap of having, you know, 5 different races running. I don't want to do that. You know, the whole thing for me now is focus, focus, focus. Yeah, I've got Siga thumbnailed. I know I had a little bit of a run, but just not that enthused with it. Look at this elf, guys. I mean, I was really looking to short this right around here, that 30.55 mark. This is just, I mean, what a run. Again, I'm just trying to see if there's any specific news on it other than they're telling me that the face mask market is going to explode. You know, and it's not even huge volume. I mean, 600,000 shares, it's 48 million in the float. So it's not like it's huge volume. So I saw this show up on Zach's Topping Tales, the GRFS, but I think it went up and down pretty quickly. But and it's getting close to that original alert. My issue would be that it looks like there's a lot of support right around 1170. Look at that 5 minute chart, a lot of support right at 1170. I mean, if you got it at 1185 on a short and it got down to 1170, you know, I guess it wouldn't be too bad, but I like to see it move higher. Yeah, this one is still hanging around the 450 mark, the RPID. They have the rumor is that I guess it's an investment manager, a fund owns 14 or 18% of them, and they're saying we'll buy the rest of you for 5. I think I think I have my numbers correct, and that is for the RPID. So notice this is now going to be at least a 10-minute halt for the NLIT. This is just entertainment purposes right now, not just opened. Well, keep an eye on the Aspen now, guys. I mean, the Aspen has made five 15-minute candles in a row. And you might be wondering, why does it say red? It's the way in which we designate a 15-minute or the consecutive candles. Well, I can't chase it, but it is just an amazing move. Look at this elf. Now that is now actually this is becoming a bit of a bit of a wider green candle. So no, that's one reason my sound alerts are off. Okay. All right, guys, it's almost time for me to do a reboot of trade ideas. I can see what's happening here. You see how it's starting to get all messed up. So I'm going to have to do a reboot. And the problem is that I'm going to lose the winners of all the previous races. It's not a big deal, but I'll give this just a little bit longer. And this is something that is being fixed. All right, guys. Well, there's Elf now. Elf now. I didn't take it. Unfortunately, I did not take it, but there finally, our red candle, a big topping tail. All right, guys. Aspen, ASPN. I mean, this is again, 15-minute candles. I mean, it's still got, in theory, it's got room. I mean, there's the pre-market resistance right around 1280. Well, shoot, I did not take the ELF. MFI was 88, okay. Whoa, guys, EVFM. If you're into this one, I mean, this is getting interesting again. EVFM. It'll pull back here and now starting to move. And yeah, just a little bit of volume coming into it. EVFM. Remember, it's got the room. I'm not saying it's getting there, but it's got the room to 150. Look left on that daily chart. All right, there's ASPN on the move here, guys. Did I say ESPN? ASPN. I think Zach gave Michael the information a little while ago, maybe a couple of days ago. So I don't know if he's had a chance to work on it. One of the problems, I don't know if you included relative volume as one of your filters. There's a problem with having relative volume, unfortunately, in these Market Explorer scans, and that's why the 820 is not working at all. One thing that did make it in, guys, those of you who are interested, let's take a look. And he's going to be working on this because I guess we're really trying to work with this, the Strat group. If any of you familiar with the Strat group, if you know what I'm talking about, and there are a bunch of scans. So right there, the double inside day was just added, the double inside day. And he's planning to make a lot of them because I think we are talking to this, to the Strat group. Those of you who know what I'm talking about. So for instance, let me just see what it even looks like. I don't know if it's going to make any difference to me, but these guys are day traders, I think. Double inside day, so yes, it's got nothing to do with Michael anymore, Blue Moon. The developers have to find out the reason why why the relative volume filter is blocking anything in the MEs. Okay, so it's not Michael. He's at the mercy of the developers. And I'll be honest, there are other things that are more important to them right now. So a double inside day, a double inside day. I'm just looking at, I'm assuming this is on a daily. There's only one, oh, there's only two today. AERC. Let me see, I'm just trying to look to see what it's looking for. Anyway, if you want to look at it, you just click on new and then go to the Market Explorer and then right click and hover over that server window, and all of these have been created. I don't use any of them. Most of them are more geared to swing. I think there might be a few here that are more geared to intraday trading, but you know, we've actually got something now for IPOs close to the IPO price, recent IPO position in the IPO range sort. So you can see stocks that are either at the high or the low or whatever position you're looking for. or close to the IPO price. So for instance, if you look at ACLX, IPO price was 19, so it's at 18 right now. So if you're looking for a lot of IPO information, this is here. And again, to access that, just click on New from the toolbar, and then scroll down until you see Market Explorer, and this will pop up. Right click until you see Server Window, and then hover over it, and all these ones that have been created by Michael will be showing up here, okay? How you use it? Up to you, of course. Okay, so this one has been halted a few times. This Calera, hardly any volume. I guess an IPO yesterday. I don't know if it's an IPO or a SPAC. Based on the price, it looks like, but let's take a look here. Yeah, so this is a SPAC that turned into KAL. Okay, so now you see how ELF has fallen off. No longer on the top here, ELF. This is in the consecutive 15-minute candles. So now, we just got, in fact, now we're starting to see a lot of ones that are negative. And why? Well, the market is now a little more choppy. So if I scroll down, RCL as an example, yeah, take a look at EQT. Yeah, that looks a little better. Look at these 15-minute candles down, 3 of them in a row. Well, KTLF or TKLF guys is I'm hearing it. Yeah, he did that. He definitely he liked LI over at Nova. Okay, there's actually a red bar ignored. 185 would have been the trigger. 185 would have been the trigger. That's for TKLF. There's your green candle. The next candle is red, totally engulfed by that previous candle. So the trigger would have been around 185, potential buy. Well, let's see if we can take out 2 in a big way. And let's back this weekly chart out and let's take a look to see what 226. Yeah, 226 is the next high looking left, 226. So again, I'm not saying it's getting there. See how well it holds this 2 level. Winning this race right up here, 21%. So there's a nice move, obviously. A lot of games at $2 for the TKLF. Not games, just resistance. Okay, this settled down a little bit, so I may not have to do a reboot. Just keep an eye on the TKLF if it takes out two again. Hey, is that two again, guys? Is that two again? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to try something a little bit different here. I'm going to show the race setup. I'm going to not replace the cars. I've got 14. That should, let's see what happens. Look at this TKLF fighting at two. The people that get trapped in these sort of things, it must be, I don't know. Look at this Analyst now. Well, EQT keeps screaming at me to buy it from your scan, Zach, and the market is moving up. So, of course, this is an energy play. The low here is 34.61, so there's a little bit of room down to that low. What is XLE doing? Take a look at XLE. Do we want to fight the sector? You know, because the sector is moving down. I'm not sure we want to fight the sector right now. EQT is begging me to buy it from your scan. My my sound alert is buy 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 on it, so begging me to buy it. Well, this is getting close also to what was the level I said? 3461? Yeah, 3461 is the next low looking left for EQT. And it just about hit that, I think, 3467. Will that hold it? If it doesn't hold it, then the next level is 3309. I think somebody mentioned CTIC earlier. This is another one just straight up on the 15s. CTIC. All right, TKLF. I'm just, I think I still have an alert set for 2. See if it takes it out later on. I have to reset it. Right now, it's just kind of fading. Is ELF back up? No kidding. I mean, it is right back up. $31 down to 30. I mean, it's not a bad little move, but a 60-cent move down. But now you're right, it is right back up. I mean, maybe a way to, look at these. These are just strong stocks. They may have a dip at some point, but they're just strong stocks. Especially if they're positive for the day. There's another one, Zito, ZTO, pulling back a bit, but I don't know. I have no idea, Jose. We look for news. I mean, I saw some kind of a headline saying that the market for cosmetic face masks is going to be huge. Other than that, I don't know. Okay, Michael? I don't pay attention to 3 o'clock? Well, 3 a.m. Okay, well, they might. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, guys. Yeah, I guess I have a marketing meeting today it is Thursday, right? Yeah, 2 o'clock. Well, where could this keep going to? Let's see. The next high looking left is 608 and 615. After that, 646. This is for the CTIC. I don't see any news on it. No specific news for it. Look at the market though. Yeah, right now, guys, I mean, this is still a pretty strong market. It had the little pullback. Didn't take out that level on the SPY that I had a price alert. And so a little pullback, and now looks like it wants to semi-rip again. Man, I wish this weren't here on that CTIC. I wish this were more of a straight shot to 646. You know what's holding tough here is this EVFM. It's holding strong. Argument to be made. If it takes out that 120, it could get on another roll. The next high again is, up here at 150. That's, from 120 to 150 would be a nice percentage move, but what you have to see. I mean, right now it's just not doing too much. Low float, 91 million is traded, 12 million in the float. Do some quick math. It's not quite 8 times the float, maybe 7.5 times the float. Ribbit is a penny popper. I'm sure it's what's the price? 60 cents. Why not? Well, let's see. The next high looking, excuse me, left was 0.6147. So, I mean, I guess it's got a shot to the 78 level, 79 level, I guess, if you look at the daily chart. Look at COTY, guys. COTY. There's a high for the day. And looking left, it's got some room to 842. This is it's a beauty salon, so it's not ELF, but it's in the market, I guess, the same market as ELF is, ELF. How strong is this? Little wee pullback, and then so keep an eye on Cody. I mean, maybe Cody will be a COTY, maybe more of a sympathy play with the ELF. I don't know. And with the market popping like it is, well, the GRFS is not wanting to drop that much. This is from Zach's scan, the topping scan. Had a little pullback, but not much. Okay, let's take a look at Hertz from Vicky. And good afternoon, Vicky. Did up pop? I took it off my watch list for, a while back. Yeah. Goldman put this, what was the $5 price target on them? They I think they initiated coverage. I want to say here. I want to say right here on this day. Had a little move. Yeah, I think it was a $5 price target. Well, let me know how it works, Michael or Mike, in terms of the SPAC racing. What's looking interesting again is the Aspen, ASPN, sort of a red bar ignored right there on the 15-minute chart. Takes out 1150, or sorry, 1050 again. It could have a run. Remember, I would say 12, 13 or so would be the big resistance area. Maybe here, maybe 12. Okay, guys, I am going to put myself on mute. I'm going to be in this marketing meeting, so I'm just going to, I forgot to, there we go. So unmute. Okay, so muting myself in both rooms. All right, guys, I'm now back. All right, guys, the NRSN, interested in it again. So look at the volume that's coming in, NRSN, and remember, it did hit almost $5 pre-market. I just lost my Bluetooth. Just one moment, please. Guys, just give me one moment here. Okay, there's the NR7 on the move here, guys, on the move. Just give me a moment. I just got my music going. What time is it right now? 2:30. Okay, so what's happening now? So again, the MRS, NRSN, MRSN, NRSN on the move. Stop that. Now, listen, I wouldn't be hanging around too long on this. I mean, I think it's still pretty whippy. I mean, the only magnet really is that pre-market high of 487, 587, 487, sorry, 483. So, be careful on it. It's a low float, very, very whippy, 57 million, a huge amount of volume. It's second biggest. The day of their first announcement about stage 3 was 3 days ago. Tremendous volume then, and now that's the second biggest volume bar. This has turned into a real snoozer, this EVFM. Real snoozer, guys. Hardly anything happening with it. Okay, so in about 27 minutes, I will be putting myself on mute. Maybe about 20 minutes, I'll put myself on mute. Chris Farley will take over at 3:30 in the YouTube room. So one last look at my homepage. Okay, so my homepage link, I just put it into both rooms. And this is what you're going to see. So of course, if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, great promo code you can use for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. I would start off with a monthly subscription, okay? You can try us out for 30 days. If within 30 days you decide you want to upgrade to a yearly, you can do so and we'll honor the 25%. So you don't have to take a 25, you don't have to take an annual subscription. Most people do that because they want to get the biggest discount that they can possibly have. Well, you don't have to do that. You'll get the 25% off the first month. And again, if within 30 days you want to take out an annual, we'll honor the 25%. And if you do take out a subscription, mandatory that you do this. So let's get started. Okay, it's 30 minutes long, 10 videos. It gets you started with the installation, your first login, things like that. Okay, so do that first. My stock of the day video that I do at noon every day. You can sign up for that. That is free. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. That is free. All the education is right here. The guide, the user guide, a great user guide. I would just concentrate on maybe this first line. Maybe not a multi-strategy window. I would actually take that out. I mean, obviously it has use, but the getting started key, do that first before you do anything else. You should know what the differences are between an alert window and a top list window and how you would create one or the excuse me, why would you use one or the other? This is the single stock window, that you see here. Lots of information you can put in here. This is the information I like to see, but of course it is totally customizable. And then the racing, all about the racing. Racing today was a little bit slow for me, but all about the racing is right here. Okay, lots of other information, but just concentrate on this first. You don't have to learn how to create sound alerts yet on alert windows or price alerts on your charts right off the bat. Certainly price alerts though, excellent, excellent, excellent to use. Daily support. So as I said, at 3:30, Chris will take over in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30 when I finally shut down the main room. And the daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. One week it's Tuesday, Thursday, so there is one today. Next week it's Monday, Wednesday. Of course, Monday's a holiday, market holiday, so next week it's just Monday, but you can sign up for them all here. And the Back to Basics, Michael Noss, Trade Ideas, put all this together, all free. If you're new to trading, please take a look at this. What is a stock? That's about as basic as you are going to get. Okay? Oh, almost forgot. My scans. So if you want my scans, here's the scan section, and including the race mode, which is right up here on the upper right-hand corner. But you'll hear me talk about Zach's bouncers and toppers all day long. You will hear me talk about the 10-day daily breakdown. If there are other scans here, don't get me wrong, you can use any one here, but obviously I don't have them all loaded. I do use this in the pre-market, and my pre-market actives up and down and the gap up and down. I use this in the pre-market, just kind of set the tone, see what's happening, see if there's any follow through of the ones that really moved in the pre-market. And save my link. Then you can look at my scans, you can look at the education, you can look at the get started anytime you want. So if you save my link, you can do all that. How to use the ATR filter with an example? Well, there's no real example. I mean, I can just, you understand what ATR is, Jathan, number one, the average true range. So if a stock, I think it's over the last 10 days, whatever the average true range is of a stock. So if you're looking for stocks, so for instance, right here, EVFM, its average true range has been 15 cents. Okay. No, well, first, do you understand what the average true range means? I mean, I don't use the average true range filter, okay, but I can explain how you could use it if you want. But first, you have to understand what it means. So, for instance, you can set up scans that if, say, let's just say the average true range of a stock was $1, and you use the average true range filter. I'll bring it up. Okay, then I'll bring it up. So let me, I think if I type in average, I'm going to get it. Average true range. Okay, so I would use it. Okay, first of all, I would probably, if you type in average, so the average true range, that's the average that it moves every day. Okay, that's the average. Doesn't mean it has to, but that's been the average, say, over the last 10 days that a stock moves. So if you want to see something that's moving greater than its average true range, okay, then we have a filter. It's called it's, yeah, I wish it were named something else, but it's the change from the open percentage of average true range. Okay. So are you following me so far? Because if I use this filter so that is the change from the open, the percent of average true range. If I put 200 in here as an example, okay, which is a percent as a ratio, that's 2. So let's just say some stock has, on average, over the last 10 days, has had a range of $1. If you put 200 in here, for you to see that stock today, it'll have to have moved at least $2 in a range. It's had a $2 range. Wow, look at an RSN, guys. Go now. Sorry. Obviously, I just wanted to, tell you about it and make sure though that you're managing your risk on this one because it can be very risky. Okay, but okay, so does that make sense then? So you would want to use this in conjunction with the average true range because you may not want to see a stock that has an average true range of say 5 cents a day, and then today and you use this filter and put 200 and now it's 10 cents. Depends on the price. I mean, if you're just looking at penny stocks, okay. But if you're looking, so you might want to put like a minimum range that a stock normally has. So from the high and the low, that's what we're talking about. The difference in the high and the low every day, on average, say has been $1. And then if you want to see that stock today, that stock that normally trades 50 cents, has a range of 50 cents, between its high and low on average over the last 10 days, and you put 200 in here as a minimum, that means that stock will have to have had a range of at least $1. So in other words, something abnormal is happening to it, right? Now, after that, it's up to you to put a price range in, a minimum volume and things like that. But that is what will get you going. Does that all make sense? So the two filters, if you type in search and you type in average, you'll get this one, the change from the open, percentage of average true range. And if you scrolled up a little bit more, average true range in dollars. So I would use them in conjunction with each other. I don't use them, okay, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't. If it's not clear, I can do it again because there could be other people interested. You just have to understand what the concept of an average true range is. What is the range of a stock typically from its high and the low, typically. If I look at Apple, it has an average true range of $4.40 a day, over the last 10 days, as an example. Okay. So if you put 200% in that minimum filter, average, that change from the open percent of average true range. SPY's moving down here, guys. That's not good. So Apple would have to have a range of $10 almost, or $9, right? If you're using 200. In other words, the difference in its high and its low for the day would have to be at least $10 for you to see Apple on that day if you use that filter, if you use 200%. Go to another stock like Xair, just, I'll pick Xair, 61 cents. And on average, the last 10 days, its range has been 61 cents. If you put 200% in that minimum filter, today you would not see it unless it had a range of $1.20. Now, I keep using 200%. I'm just using that as an example. I mean, if you obviously want to see stocks with tremendous range, then you might want to put 300 or 400%. You will not get as many alerts, of course, but that's up to you. And remember, all it means is it's the average over the last 10 days of what the high and the low of the day has been. And that range, the range, not the actual number, just the range, okay? But it's definitely a way in which you can find stocks that are trading abnormally. So if I were to do one just for fun, okay, I'll do one just from scratch. I'll create a top list window, a new top list window. I'm going to start from scratch. Okay. So here it is. I mean, it's gave it a name, but that's okay. You know what? I made a mistake. Just give me a moment. So I'll start one right from scratch. So new top list window. Start from scratch. Okay. Yeah, that's a bug. It shouldn't do that. One more time here. Okay. I forgot to load the settings. No bug. I was the bug. Load the settings first. Now say okay. So now there's nothing in here. Okay. Don't worry. I mean, these are all crazy, crazy symbols. Okay. But now what I'll do, I'll use the configure. So let's just create a price range. We'll go from 1 to 50. Minimum volume, 200K. Maybe even a minimum relative volume too. I'm just off the top here. Now I'm going to do that search. I'm going to type in average. Okay, and I'm going to scroll down till I see that average true range. Add the filter. So let's make it 50 cents. Okay, just make it 50 cents. And then move down a little bit further to the average change from the open, percent of average true range. I'm going to add the filter. I'm going to make it 200. Okay, so now we look at the summary. So price between 1 and 50. Current volume is at least 2. Volume is at least 200,000 shares. It has to have, on average, it's had a range of 50 cents. It's got to be 200 times normal. Now, the only thing is I need to see these things, okay? Because what I'll do, first of all, I want to see the price. Let's put the volume. I'll give this to you too, so you can use it as a template if you want. Average true range here. So what if I've got price volume? And I'll put the relative volume here too. Because this is what I'm going to do though. Okay, so here it is. So now I'm going to sort. Okay, now I'm going to sort on this. So 277%. Okay, so that means FC has traded, almost 3 times its normal average true range. ELF, 237, 237. These are all percentages, okay? So its average true range is normally about $1. So it's obviously it's almost 3 today. You can just look. There's the low of 28, and there's the high of 31. You see what I'm saying? So the range for ELF today has been from 28 to 31. Let's call it 3. Its average is only $1. So that's why it says 237%. I mean, I'd have to do the math a little bit better, but you see what it's doing. So it's showing you stocks that are outside its normal average true range. Okay. So I can give this to you. You can play around with it. You can create a different price range. You want to put a different volume in. You want to change that, 200 to 300 or 150. It's up to you, but there's a sort of a template for you, okay? If you want to use it. Well, actually, you saved me some money there, Jathan, because I was all set to take that NRSN, but I thought, you know what, I better not do it while I'm explaining, and I'm glad I didn't. And there are some who might use that average true range in a different way. In other words, instead of seeing things that are really trading abnormally, find the ones that aren't trading normally, and maybe later on they will start to. I mean, 50%. It's only trading right now 50% of its average true range. And you wonder, I wonder why. You look at it and see, I wonder if something's brewing. Maybe you put a price alert a little bit above in case it starts to pick up, and get back to its average. Don't forget, give it a name. If you're gonna, what this says new top list. So, configure. So what I didn't do, I didn't give it a new name. I think I'll save this now because if I get asked the question again, I can just bring this scan up. That is one heck of a tight stop for NRS Info. I wish you luck as always. But what you've got going for you are those bottoming tails. Boy, that's a big, wow. I mean, this is how whippy this is. I mean, it got up to what, 446 and then came right back down to almost 4. These are big percentage drops. That gets you whipped out of trades just like that. That's why I couldn't take the trade while I was explaining. Took the trade earlier. It was wonderful. Got out, but I wanted to take it again. I thought maybe at that 450 mark it would start to run again. But a trade like this requires total concentration. No bueno right now for the market, guys. That was a fairly important level to try to hold intraday anyway. 377 right there, or 377 and change. Now, you see how things have turned around because of what the market's doing. Remember when we looked at this consecutive 15-minute candles, we hardly had any that were consecutively down. And now look, okay, that -2, that starts. We only have one. Let's take a look at Grab. Grab looks a little weird because of the topping tails, but Grab is certainly relatively strong. All right, guys, it's 2:55. So what I'm going to do now is put myself on mute. I'm still here. Again, I can always answer questions if I see them. And the room will be open until, well, the main room will be open until 3:30. Of course, the YouTube room is open until 4:30. Chris will take over for me in YouTube at 3:30. You should discern that. All right, guys, I will put myself on mute now. But again, I can always hop back on if you guys have a question. Hey guys, I'm getting set to wind this down. I've just put the YouTube links into the main room. So if you want to head over there, Chris will be there probably about 5 minutes. Interesting. This looks like a short now, this TRVI. Look at these two topping tails in the 15-minute chart. Can't get over three. I'd wait, of course, to see how this second candle closes, but if it remains like a big topping tail, problem is, there's probably some support right around 260, but to me, it looks more like a short now, and that is the TRVI. So tomorrow is Canada Day. I will be it's a holiday in Canada, but I will be in the room. Of course, the market is closed on the Monday, which is July 4th in the United States of America. Nice. We finally get the holidays in which we get the Friday off. Well, if you're Canadian, or the Monday off if you're American, as opposed to these midweek holidays. All right, guys, I think I'll wind this up now. I know it's at 3:30. It's about 3:26 right now, so I think I'll wind this up right now. So again, I've put the YouTube link in. So we want to head over and listen to Chris. He'd be there probably in a couple of minutes. And just going to get my script together. There it is. All right, everybody. Thanks for all the help. Look at that TRVI, guys. Definitely was a little scalp short anyway. Thanks a lot for all the help all day long. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. Hope to see you then. Bye-bye. I hear you.
Indeed, you do. What are we building? I see you building something.
Well, I had made a mistake actually, and how my racers were built. It was on the wrong top list a little bit. So
I don't
I'm
believe
changing
you.
it now.
Barry,
Just
you
change.
are not capable of making mistakes.
Oh yeah, all day long. I just try to minimize them.
There you go.
As long as the winners are more than the losers.
Oh, that's what I tell people. I tell people I'm wrong a lot. The key is to be wrong for a very little bit of time and right for a long time.
or minimize your wrongness.
Exactly.
Wow, look at NRSN now. I was really
Yep.
hoping that might have
I
another
thought
run.
it same thing, but it could not get by that high of the day. That second 15-minute candle couldn't get past
Yeah.
the top of that. And I have the same chart up. I almost grabbed it on a 420 break, and I said, I'm really not in the mood.
Even at 420.
Even at 420. Been a while since I did that.
Right.
I will go ahead and make the screen swap. I'm a few minutes early, but I thought maybe
No,
you
that's
wanted
nice. That's okay.
to get out early.
Sure. It's a beautiful day
All
in
right.
Vancouver, so I'm definitely hopping on my bike.
There you go. You're off and running. That you get your bike ride now. I get my walk later.
All right. Thanks, Chris. See you
You
tomorrow.
got it. Sounds good, Barry. Take care.
Bye-bye.
So, all right, everybody. Happy Thursday, Friday Junior, Thirsty Thursday. I don't know. People got all kinds of names for Thursday. So, we got eyes on my screen. Looks good. Audio's good. Excellent. Thank you, Mike C. Confirmation's always nice. So yeah, just I was talking to Barry for a moment there before he took off for the day, and I was watching early NRSN. I'm sure most of the trading world was, and not going to jump up and chase things like that. I'm going to let them come back down to earth, base maybe a little bit. And look, there's times where they gap up and they just go and never get the entry shot. Right? It happens. What are you going to do? But I said, I got my price alert set, and I'm just going to kind of bide my time and see what happens later in the day. And, on the races a few different times, I made this move here, but never really got above anything noteworthy, and it did it again. And then I started to do this, and I took notice here as it broke $4. And I said, you got this to contend with here, and I'm just not, I'm not feeling nimble where if, I take an entry on a 420 break, do I want to try to play that penny game if it gets rejected at around that 450 level, and knowing how fast something like this can drop, I just didn't want to, I didn't feel the risk reward was there, and I'm a little tired later in the day. So opted not to do it. And, could I have had a winner? Maybe. Could I have had a loser? Maybe. So we went with nada. Nada, nada, nada. I think there was a band called Nada Surf back in the day. A song called Popular. Anyways, with all that said, that's that. So thought I had today, and then all of a sudden it led me to something new that I knew was there but hadn't checked out and kind of forgot about. So yesterday on the races, it was Raj maybe asked me about if the Bollinger Band races weren't working out for me as well as they had been. And I said, it wasn't quite the same as it had been for a little bit. I made an adjustment to scan or to race on change from open instead of 5-minute change. And I don't know that it made that big of a difference, but I realized one thing I changed several weeks ago is that on the right click and you go to show top 10 winners, I was doing that. And so I was only seeing the top 10 winners. So if I had something that won a bunch of races at the beginning of the day, or 4 or 5 stocks that won, a lot of races in the first hour and a half, all of a sudden I could have other stocks that were winning races, but they weren't winning enough to get on the top 10 list, I realized. And so today I said, let's show all winners. And all of a sudden I started seeing more things like, let's scroll down here. I swear, I had things I was coming with. A whole lot of races happened since then. ZTO is on here. I know it is somewhere. It's on here a few times. It's won a few races, but not enough to bust into the top 10. I can't find it, but I swear to you it's on there. And let's take a look at a ZTO chart. That is absolutely beautiful. That is a beautiful chart. I mean, look at that 15-minute chart. Hard to get a lot cleaner than that, to be honest. Just peruse through some of these. ASPN was one. Nope. Nope. Our price alert set for that, though. I swear to you, there's other ones. CODX. RXRX. No. We discussed that. There we go. CODX. All right. This popped on a race, won it. Not overly liquid, but, it's creeping up all day long. Someone might find that as an interesting idea here. All right. But I wouldn't have seen it because of having it on the top 10. ACMR. Here's a great example, all right? It's only won 2 races, actually. What a great looking daily chart or intraday chart on that 15-minute here, right? So I've got the same race in 2 places. I'm probably going to, moving forward, run one with a top 10 winners and one all winners and see how that works out for me there. Because you know what it is? I get busy doing other things in support here, calls, chats, things of that nature. And next thing I know, 5, 6, 7, 8 races went by, and I didn't see any of the stocks that were on the races. I only see the ones that won. Now, here's something really cool. When you're not on the top 10 winners, when you're on the show all winners, like I am on this window down here right now, put a big X on there, all right? If you go and you click on one of the winners, you see the winner here, all right, and NRSN, all right, and you see the second place, and I can click on it, and the third place stock too, I can click on it too from that race. I don't know if that's out to you folks yet, but if it's not, it will be shortly. So, I mean, just, being able to have all this data, but it's narrow, pointed, and looking at what I'm specifically looking for, I'm just, kind of hard to beat. And believe me, when there's something to gripe about here internally, I'm one of the people that does it when I think we should be doing something better or different or any other way, or a feature should be added, tweaked, or changed. I'm really vocal about that stuff. When we do something that I really like, I'm also really vocal. And I really like this one too, because like I said, you can have something not winning a ton of races, but on a ton of races, but it's somehow just always edged out. And so you might not notice it, but all of a sudden now, bang, here we go. All right. I've got all these here. We're on this race for a reason, right? They just might not be winning them. That's all. So anyways, thought I'd share that with you folks. ETRA going off on a price alert again for me here. I took a small win on this here. Just trying to, I think everybody always has questions about trading and scanning. So give you a, trading scenario here. I saw this early in the day. All right. Won a few races. And when it started a base here, I took a shot. I'm lying. I didn't take a shot there. Where did I take a shot? I took a shot on this pullback here. And you know what it is? I had to disconnect before, so it lost all my stuff. So I took it, and I got it filled just above 750 on this pullback to that EMA there. And then I wrote it up, and it looked good, and it came down, and I said, and I had to walk away from my computer for a moment. And I just stuck a price target up here at 780, and lo and behold, it came and grabbed that. Now, scenario behind the trade, what I'm looking at, all right? We had something that was looking pretty liquid, all right? The relative volume has toned itself down, but it was much higher earlier. I saw a short float there. And then I looked left and I said, all right, we're clearing yesterday. We seem like we're really kind of holding yesterday's highs. All right. So I like that. And that's where, around a 750 entrance comes in. When I look left more on the daily chart, I said to myself, all right, that's the most recent high. We seem to be trying to clear and take that out. And if I go back, we've got this little bit of a hill that we can climb here. Now, will it get up here to that $10 level? I have no idea. But I thought to myself, anything's possible. I'm going to take a look, going to take a stab, and that's how I did that. I stuck my stop at the low of the day. All right, that's where I decided. I also said I like that stop because it seemed like an area of interest yesterday with that topping shadow there, and then getting sideways here. So I thought to myself, that seems like a good stop. That seems like a good place to point my risk towards, and the potential to the upside as my reward. Now, did it work out perfectly? No. Did I make money? Yes. So, that's trade management for me anyways. And that's how I did that. So that's a story in the life here of a small but nice win that'll pay for, I don't know, a cheeseburger or something. And, the market's moving back up here again. We filled the gap in the SPY this morning. The gap from this morning we filled this afternoon. And we're moving back up again in the SPY. So, you know, I think rising tide lifts all boats kind of helping this one out here again. So that's that anyways. How's you do that? Very carefully. That's how I do that. Some other stuff here that going back to the races, FIGS, it could not win races most of the day. I think it might have like won one somewhere in here. Yet, after we got sideways here for a little bit off the open, beautiful move, right? So again, I blew that one. But anyways, with that said, had I not made this swap on from showing top 10 winners to this, I don't know. Would have never saw it. Then, sorry, let's see. There's one other. Now, it's not on the races now, but if I switch back to top 10, it's probably going to be, yeah. So Redbox, I took a trade in this today. Actually, took 2 trades in this today. But look, that still leads the top 10, all right, after it's had this really big fall. It hasn't won a race in a long time, but no other stock could challenge it at this point, But same idea here. Saw this pull back to this level in here. I thought to myself, all right, we got a well-defined risk level here. Fill the gap is the risk. And I took a shot when we got sideways here and it started to poke on this third 15-minute candle, started to poke above that. Thought I'd take a ride. I got an entrance just above that level there. So I don't know, it was like 755. And I closed most of it here. And then I closed the rest here. And then I took a second shot on an 8 break and closed most of it there. So didn't get the bottom. Didn't get the top. I got a little bit of the meat in the middle with some risk management there. Oh, how do I show the winners? So if you right click the race, you have show all winners, right? Or if I'm showing all winners, then I can choose to show the top 10 winners right there. Just make sure you're on the latest beta 5.5.89 because that feature might only be there. I'm not sure when that came into play. So, it might have been one of the 5.5.7 somethings. I don't know. I run through so many internal builds here. It's hard for me to keep track sometimes. I'm sorry, just answering a message that came in for me. So, all right, that's all I had to come to the table with for you folks today. So hopefully that was somewhat informative. Aside from that, other things that I was watching just never materialized for me. Yum, I kept wanting to grab it and I just didn't. And then I said, I don't know about this 9 break here. Got rejected off 10 pretty hard yesterday and gave it up. Or no, it's not Yum, sorry. YMM. Don't mind me. Again, still looking hard at Chinese stocks here. Take a look at the K-Web again. K-Web, similar to what the SPY did, but hasn't quite given it up quite like the SPY did before. So Still's got me looking, We really kind of got to hold that 30 level, because if we come down and take that out, then we're no longer making higher lows, and we're certainly not going to make a higher high. Not coordinated anyways like that. Yeah, that's a new feature. If it's not out yet, it will be probably in the next build that we put out. Then I'm on a build. I'm testing the next build that's supposed to go out to everybody at some point. There's just a few bugs in the works still that we're trying to figure out here. And when I say we, I mean the royal we. We mostly discover them, and the dev team then fixes them. So, but if it's show top 10 winners, it doesn't show those the second and third place like I was showing before. So right now this is on show top 10 winners. If I go to show all winners, and now I click on UTS, for example, we can see UTS won, CVAC was second, DCT was third. Same thing. STRY was the winner, Codex was third, IoT was the runner-up. So that's what I'm doing there. That's how that works. And yeah, you should have this here. As long as you're on this part, you should most certainly have as long as you're on the the latest build anyways. And then get rid of these drawings here. Can you show how to set a stop loss on a trading strategy? For instance, formula based on change from 10-day SMA. We can't do that, unfortunately. You can't use moving averages for a stop. It has to be something that can be sent to a broker that they can calculate. So, it's got to be a hard percent that turns to a dollar value or a dollar value, because, as the moving average changes, the broker can't update that. It has to be a traditional stop in the bracket orders. So, bring over brokerage plus module here, the simulated trading on, so I can illustrate what I want to show here. If we come into the strategies here, and we go to risk management, you really got to stick with percent or dollars. If you're going to go with a filter, the filter has to be something that brings you a hard dollar number, essentially. Yeah, I wish we would remove these. Here's the issue. We have people who backtest, and they don't have any interest with backtesting to actually automate anything. They just want to know how these strategies work, because they backtest and get things to a point where probably only a few alerts are coming in, so they're going to manage these things manually anyways. So they want to have all these options as a stop, but broker mechanics, market mechanics will not allow all these things as a stop. So it is possible to use certain filters. For example, you could use the smart stop as a filter, because the smart stop is going to be a hard dollar number, for example. All right. You can create with, customs, you can create a filter, out of something like with ATR or something like that, a percent of ATR or something. And that will work because it'll end up being a hard dollar number that gets sent right to the broker. But something that's, just a straight out moving average or VWAP or a change or a position in range, that will not fly. In order for something like that to work, we would have to hold the orders on our end, and we don't hold orders on our end. We send those right to the broker. So what do we got? 47 after the hour. Right. I mean, what you could do, I mean, in theory, is you could set your stop, right, and then just bump it along off the chart. So, for example, again, let me bring over this here. You know, I could say, for example, I could set a stop, add stop order to this, let's say at, you know, $5. Whoa, what the heck? There we go. So now I've stuck a stop here at $5. At some point you want to populate, that would be really awesome. There we go. All right. And then I can, you know, bump that stop around as I want, you know. So let me grab that and bring that into the chart here. There we go. And so I can say, you know, all right, I want to bump the stop around and, you know, I want to leave it at, you know, just below maybe the 20 SMA, for example, you know, and then it's on me to follow around with it to make sure it goes. It'll populate up there in a second. Sometimes it takes a second for the graphics to catch up. Sorry, still looking at this YMM. I don't think I want to take something going into the close. We got a mixed bag coming into the close here. A lot of topping shadows on the indexes. You know, we can see here new highs really took off while new lows were falling on the small caps, and then we can see the new lows catching back up. These were fairly even to start with, and we got these mid caps here, larger mid caps, more new highs than new lows. Same here, but more of a battle actually. So, you know, a mixed bag coming into the close here. Question, can I get each channel to automatically fill my whole screen instead of just part of it? Yes and no, Bobby. So what you'd have to do is, after clicking on a channel, set it up the way you want to see it, okay? And then save that as a layout, and then open it from there as a layout. If you follow along with that. Because you can't make changes to the channel itself and have it save in the channel, because we hold those on our servers and push them out to all users, so nobody can, you know, change that around in that regard. But you can go in, open a channel, rearrange it however you want, and then you would just simply go, after you've got it all set up the way you want, you go File, Save or Share to Cloud. You click entire layout and you name the layout here and then simply save it. And, you know, so if you were changing the pre-market channel, you know, I would name it simply like my pre-market channel. If you're changing, you know, short squeeze channel, my short squeeze channel, and then you just come and load it from there, you know, after saving it. So File, load from cloud, and it would be right here somewhere in your cloud. How to make a watch list on a daily basis. Well, what I would do is this. I would start with, I would go new top list window, okay? And then I would make sure that it was a blank top list window. Nothing in here at all for filters. Show the columns you want to show. So you might want to go through the filters and, you know, if I want to see the volatility, show column. If I want to see 15-minute range, show column, so on and so forth. And then make sure you're sorting how you want to sort also. So if I want to sort on, for example, volume today in percent, sort by, all right, and you can see other, how it's sorted here. Okay. And that's how you would, that's how you'd set up a, blank top list to start with. Okay. Then once you have that blank top list, all right, you press OK. All right, you're going to have that here. And then the second part of it is you're going to come to Tools, Symbols List, and you're going to go Create New List, and you call it whatever you want, My Daily Watch List. All right, press OK. All right, and then as you go through, what you're scanning or charts that you like, you could right-click and go Send To, and you go Symbols List, and My Daily Watch List, and you'd send that there. All right. Once you have created that list, now you don't need any holdings in the list at the time, all right? Once you've actually created the list, even if it's empty, you'll come back to the top list, okay? Right-click, configure, symbols list, and then go to add existing list, and you click that, and you want to put a check mark in it here, so you see how it was empty here before. Now I'm putting that check mark there. And notice how this says only the following list. So now this top list is only looking at the following list. You could also exclude a list, or you can even have it look at a single symbol as well. So all options, all right? And that's all you would do there. And then this top list is only going to look at the stocks that you told it to look at. And that's why you want to leave the filters blank, because you don't need to filter for anything. You've already decided this is what I'm looking at. I don't need to filter on any of that. And then when you want to remove items from that symbols list, you'd come back to symbols list, and you'd go inside the list, you double click it, and you just delete whatever's there. Obviously, since it's a blank list, there's not anything going to be there. And then here is a video that I did showing how to do that / I made a ETF sector list in that. Let me find that video. Bear with me momentarily. But essentially what I just went over with you is exactly in that video, more or less. I go maybe a little more in depth on all that there in the video. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Let me know, Wolfhounds, if that made sense, or if I didn't touch on something well enough, or you have another question, or I was completely missed the point. And we can circle back on that. Peter, we have a chart for TZA. How can I look at that and determine resistance level? Well, so first off, TZA, or any inverse, that's that's leveraged, has time decay on it. So it's essentially, these things are not meant for swing trading at all. These are day trading vehicles. All right. So first off, don't hold these overnight. All right. Because you can see here, these big spikes and things like that have to do with the rebalancing of it because of the time decay on it. What does time decay mean? It means this. The S&P goes up 1%. This goes up, or excuse me, the IWM goes up 1%. This goes down 3%. The S&P goes down 3%. This goes up 3%. But now, here's where the trick comes in for the decay. 3% up from here does not bring us up to there anymore. It brings us to here, just short. So every time this happens with the IWM, all right, this thing continues to fall non-stop. So eventually, when it gets to level X, whoever runs this leverage fund determines, they do a rebalance of it essentially, and they'll bring it back up to, I don't know, $80 or whatever it is. So you don't want to be caught on that shuffle and rebalance of it. So I've said this before, I cannot stress this enough. If you are trading leveraged funds, please, 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 please do a lot of research on them. Go to your broker and make them explain it to you till you understand it completely. I don't really trade leverage funds. I only understand the basics of them. All right. So I don't have a lot more to share with you other than that dangerous part of them that I just shared there. So please make sure you go to your broker and have them explain anything that you don't understand about them. With that said, it makes it tough to do technical analysis on this. Looking at this daily chart, how could I possibly do technical analysis on something like this, where it's going from $800 to $40 here? Because that's not what really happened in this at all. So this is also a problem that people have with futures contracts and time decay on those, and why it becomes tricky, and the way data has to be displayed, and there's all kinds of workarounds for it. None of them are perfect, but it's important to understand these things and why technical analysis is not done on the VIX, for example, or the VXX, for example, and it's not done. Now, we can take a look at a more recent snapshot of it here, obviously, all right, and make some decisions from here, make some discerning conclusions from here. We can see here, higher lows all the way through this. We can, again, see also higher highs all the way through this. We can see this kind of wedge happening here. We want to discern that, or excuse me, symmetrical triangle. That's not a wedge. That's a symmetrical triangle. So on a short-term basis, we can make some things like that. But I think you're better off doing this with TZA, because you're looking at a triple inverse of the IWM. I would look at the IWM and then think about the IWM short and how that works to a TZA long. That's what I would point you at to do the technical analysis on. And you can do that same thing with, what is it? SDS, right? Is that the SPY, one of the SPY ones? Yeah. So this is the SPY ultra short, all right, or S&P ultra short. So you could look at the SPY and do the inverse with this, essentially what I just showed with the IWM and TCA. So that's where I'd point you to with those items there, Peter. And just like I said, please, 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 please make sure you go to your broker, do some research to understand how triple leverage funds, double leverage funds, any leveraged inverse fund, let me rephrase that, any inverse fund, not just leverage inverse funds, any inverse funds work, because they do not work the same as the underlying that they are counter to. They are not the same. They appear very close, but there's those little tricks like I just went over with you that could really put you in a world of hurt. So that's that. That's what I got as far as that's concerned. One moment here. So sorry, someone just messaged me something. I just wanted to take a look here. FXI. Interesting. FXI pushing on the high of the day here. Very interesting. K-Web. What did you do? Same thing. So China just looking real strong. Look at now. Look at the SPY close. That is not a pro close from the SPY. Look at that China close. So again, I continue to be a believer for now. We've got something going on here with China and a trend change happening. We'll see. We'll see. Something came in here. What came in? ADTH. Didn't we look at this yesterday? ADTH. Or the day before, maybe. Couldn't get above the high of yesterday. No. Struggled here at that. Tried to poke up here. Couldn't even do it at the end of the day. So, it's way down here. Technically speaking, I have no interest in it whatsoever. I don't like to play things like this. I want to see build a base and then move higher off that base now. So there's your bottom. Now build a base on that bottom. Move higher off that. Then I'm interested. Other than that, you're in a downtrend. And there's plenty of room for this thing to go sideways and just hold my money while I'm waiting for anything to happen. So, technically speaking, I have zero interest in this. Especially, it's under $3. So $3.25 is going to be a challenge. $3.50 is going to be a challenge. $3.75 is going to be a challenge. $4 is going to be a challenge. 425 is going to be a challenge on top of, all this stuff that it's got to get through with all those things. So the risk reward to me is not there. The interest is not there. It's doing almost 3 times its normal volume today and only traded 600,000 shares. That also makes me less interested right there. I say all these things. For all I know, tomorrow we wake up, it's at $6. But that has nothing to do with technical analysis. That'll be someone bought it or it had some news release. And again, that's not how I trade. I trade based on a chart. The chart does not interest me in any way. So that's ADTH to me. NN, same thing. Same thing. Long-term downtrend, since its IPO. And it's still in a downtrend right now. Couldn't get above this from the other day. So, again, we could wake up, it could be at $5 tomorrow for all I know, but it will have nothing to do with the chart saying, oh, it's reversing, go get it. So I just, I can't get behind those. Yeah. CTIC. Bloomberg last night, China data was stronger and comes in at 50. Which lockdown didn't hurt. So, China has an interesting story behind it. That's, always. We'll see. I have this theory, we'll call it, where essentially China, they tanked, shortly after our COVID recovery happened, or, they tanked last year while we were still in a COVID recovery economically. And now we're going to tank and China's going to make a bull run back. Is that what's really going to happen? I have no idea, but as good as anybody else's theory that's out there. So why not? So anyways, I continue to give China stocks a hard look, trade them occasionally, considering some longer term positions in some, but not pulling any triggers at the moment. So, anybody that's looking for trend change, take a look at that FXI and that KWeb chart. That's, that's got the makings of a trend change as far as I'm concerned anyways. So, yeah. So that's that. Alrighty. On pinch. Yeah, that's a play that you have on a technical basis. Definitely, apply your risk reward to it and let that ride. For sure. It's not in my arsenal. Any kind of pinch play or anything like that. So, like I said, I like to find things either breaking away or basing and looking like they can make that move up. 810. It's been an interesting one. Definitely can be a runner. Interesting look. All right, so did almost 2.3 times normal volume. It's decent volume. Only some big volume on the closes here recently after very anemic days. Long term, some higher lows. However, we can call also lower highs. So we've got kind of a symmetrical triangle happening here. Let's see what happens over the coming days. I'm going to throw that on my like list. More of a short-term symmetrical triangle there. That was not drawn well at all. That's more what I wanted to look at. So that's kind of interesting to me. It's got that, it wants to have that steps going up look, a little hitch happening right there with that. So we'll see. Fire that question away for me. Do my best to answer it. MPW. MPW. Yep, it looks like it's top heavy there. You know, while the SPY was kind of sideways all day after a gap down, this thing just gapped down and continued the whole day. So not healthy at all. You know, long-term downtrend after all that sideways movement. So, you know, every pop, sold, pop, sold, pop, sold, pop, selling. Can't help it, but I see Elliott wave everywhere now. First wave, second wave, third wave, fourth wave, fifth wave. And then this would be beginnings of a possible zigzag pattern. It would then look something like this if it were to continue. And then if it were to go back with the primary trend, back down that way, assuming Elliott pattern or Elliott wave. But this barely makes Elliott wave the way I did it, because that wave 3 cannot be the shortest wave, and that just ekes out what wave 5 looks like. Anyway, good old Elliott wave. Triple I. Interesting. Needed to really hold that though and get above that, because if anything failed above this, you're headed back to this low. Interesting though, no short float in it, and even the shorts have moved out, and so little short float that you could cover it in less than a day for the shorts outstanding. So definitely interesting. Definitely a look there. I do wish it was more dynamic though, because that's probably like $9 and that's $6, so it doesn't have a lot of dynamic range on it. But it's not a big float either, which is interesting too. You know, you had this nice long uptrend, and then you get capitulation here and a sell-off after that capitulation. So, you know, is it finding balance back from where its breakout level was here? You know, the second breakout level after its first breakout. There's your second breakout. Interesting. All right, this question's about intraday reversal bounce plays. When you don't care what exactly price pulls back to a VWAP, moving average pivot, etc., and your goal is simply choosing one that provides better possibilities, how do you go about deciding? Steve uses 130 moving average, and it made me wonder what points you could define as your pullback point. Me, I'm kind of arbitrary on it. I look at these moving averages. The red one is an 8 EMA on both the 5 and 15 minute. The blue one's a 20 SMA on the 5 and 15. I can use either one of those depending on the price action of the stock and the volume. And then the other one that I just look at is I look at prior resistance and support. You know, I keep that stuff very simple. You know, so for example, this stock here, we can see that this, you know, that level is a big deal. All right. It's a really big deal here. Let me see if I can find something. All right, let me see. What was something that pulled back today? Here's a good one. I blew this trade. All right, you got run. All right, it's on this downtrend. We move up, we gap down. We put this lower base in and this top range from yesterday in, right? And looking at this today, made this move up, came down, danced on this top range right here, and then off to the races. And that could have been a beautiful trade on a break back above 22. I mean, really beautiful trade. You know, you're talking, you know, $1.50. Come on, you know, can't ask for much more than that. And if, you know, what if you get, you know, $1.50 move, and if you got, let's say, 50, 60, 70, 80 cents of this move. You know what I mean? Because nobody gets this and then sells that. And anybody that does, you either hit the lottery or you're a liar. But my point being is, circling back to what you're looking at, that level right there, I saw it and I was in another trade instead, and I didn't want to manage multiple trades at the same time. And that's, I made my bed and I had to lay in it and watch that happen. So that's what I'd point you to. That's what I'm looking at. That's my thought process there. Let me know if that makes sense, or I didn't cover your question correctly, or I misinterpreted it, or if there's something else you want me to elaborate on. But that's like, a prime example from today that I could show you, something I was looking at. I didn't execute it because I executed something different. XAIR, I think I was looking at that. All right, so here's another one. This made this move up here and I missed it. And I saw this level in here. And I thought to myself, maybe. And it came back and bounced around here. Now, I just never had the conviction. I had a price alert earlier. I think my price alert was somewhere in this range here. I never had the conviction to take it off that price alert, but there would have been some alpha there had I decided to get this trade with this pullback level and sticking a stop somewhere down here on the low of the day, around the low of the day. Also another significant level. So I mean, just, look at how the price action just is a magnet for these areas. It's not always, and it's not magic. It just, just happened to work out on that right there. If I stuck a stop here, right? I thought, this could be a good pullback entry if it can really hold in base and move up off of it. That works there. Nothing complicated about it. Not some big sexy move or anything like that, but but it was there. It was an option. NRSN. Completely different scenario here. I was not playing. Where was I going to play the pullback to on this one? There's too big of a gap for me here. All right. It's like not playing, and I didn't like that. I wasn't going to let it pull all the way back to $3 from this upper range from yesterday as well. That just didn't look right to me. And so when I was watching this, I really just wanted to see it base essentially anywhere and then take out a high. All right. It didn't really do what I hoped it would do. So there's no discernible edge for me in there whatsoever. I won't say that I was waiting for a specific pullback here, but more of a basing of it and to see if it could make a big move after that base. As they say, the bigger the base, the bigger the boom, or, however that works. So, JC Perret says that all the time when he's looking at, he's doing, weekly and monthly charts of things going back to, 2010 and stuff like that. But it can be fractal is my point. So, this had a big intraday base here, and I thought possibly could we get a big boom on this? Absolutely. But we could see here it could never really fight by looking left this level right in here. We can argue the top of that shadow or around the shadows bases of that, or top bases of those candles there. So it just didn't set up any sort of actionable risk reward to me. ATRA, like I said, I was looking at maybe another entry on this, but I'm gonna stick that on my like list for tomorrow. Actually, I like the way this closed today. We put a base here. All right, we've come in and we've kept above this one here, so this might make for a day trade tomorrow. Now, I wouldn't be interested in this in a swing trade. Not tomorrow, anyways, for multiple reasons. Number one, not taking anything home over the weekend. And especially a long weekend. And number two, under $10 and in a bear market, it's going to be hard to get up here. Now it's a biopharmaceutical. I have no idea what they have in their pipeline. I don't care because it's not how I trade. And again, we could wake up, this thing could be at $15 or $20 next Thursday for all I know. That's not trading off a technical analysis. That's trading off of a hope and a prayer or research on their their pipeline if you understand and want to read those reports and things like that. So, but this might have a move in it tomorrow. I mean, it had a pretty good move in it yesterday that was sustained. Gap down and a lot of sideways action today. All right. And it didn't really close up very much. So it's not going and chasing. And if it can get above this from a few days ago, whatever, last week sometime. So let's see, this is Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, Friday. So we get and keep above this Friday level. I don't know. What are we looking at, cracking above 8? Right. We're sticking a stop down here at the low today, 718, 720. I like that risk reward. Not terrible. I've seen worse, for a day trade. So that's that. What else? What else are we looking at? What else are we talking about? What else are we thinking about? Sorry, just a couple of messages came into me here. GGR over 785. Well, Smith & Wesson brands is a hot button topic. So, you've got, one group of people that want them shut down and other people that think they're the greatest thing on earth. And at the end of the day, who's stuck in the middle of all that? The government. And when the government's involved, I'll trade the stock on a day trade, but I'm certainly not investing in it. That's for sure. GGR. That's interesting. Have this basing pattern here. And get above that, that might have some room to go. You've got this. Unfortunately, I'll say this. You've got this wedge pattern happening here. Excuse me, this ascending triangle pattern going on right here. And it's really struggling, and under $10 when things struggle, and especially in this symmetrical, this rising triangle. That's the way they want to go. Ascending triangle. Too many words, too many terms to remember. That's generally the way they like to resolve themselves. But, would you say 785? Yeah, over that 785 level, you're looking at 10 pretty easily. So, you could use down here as kind of your stop level, I would say, whatever that price happens to be. Well, don't discount swing trading, especially when we get back to a bull market again. It's having all those arrows in the quiver, man. Not a bad thing. Not a bad thing to have those there. Part of me is, first off, why wouldn't anybody be excited for a bull market? Number one, I can't understand why it wouldn't be. But number two, I'm extra excited for the next bull market we hit, because I'm doing okay day trading, much better than I've ever done. As I tell people, am I lighting the world on fire? Am I going to be a millionaire next year? No, I'm not. But I'm doing pretty good actually, you know, compared to what I'm used to doing for day trading. And, you know, in this market, that's, I think, you know, something to, you know, to behold as a positive. And, you know, in the last bull market, it did pretty well swing trading. So now you stick me in a bull market with day trading and swing trading, I just feel like it'll, you know, it's like having two income revenues or two income streams. So, you know, that's why I'm really rooting for this next bull market to start sooner than later. You know, fortunately, I don't think we're quite there for a while. For my non-paid opinion, I think we see this bear market last into maybe spring of next year would be my guess. Just for fun, that's my guess. I just think there's a lot of factors and economic factors that come in. I think that we're going to have a tough summer with bad data, and then when we, you know, when the big whales get back from the Hamptons and wherever they go in September, they'll be pushing us lower again. And I think, you know, it'll probably be a tough holiday season following the fall. That'll continue to keep us down, or, you know, keep us down, at least sideways, if not moving down more. And then I think as we turn the corner and, you know, things get adjusted and, you know, demand destruction happens on some of this inflation stuff, you know, because that's the other big thing. Inflation's not going anywhere. And look, the next time they report inflation, let's just pretend for a second that it comes in at, let's say, 6%. That still means the price of everything's going up, just slower than it was. So that's still really, really bad for 99% of people in this country. And that's all there is to it. So I don't think any of that stops, unfortunately, for a while. And I don't think we see a market recovery for at least another 8 months. But that's my unpaid opinion. I want to be wrong very badly. And we've seen plenty of bad data come out, economic data, global economic, social data, whatever it is. You know, we've seen all kinds of bad news come out for years and years and years and years and years and years and years, and the market has bounced back very thoroughly during all of it. So will it surprise me if we just turn on a dime and we start to move back up for no good reason? Absolutely not. I'll be happy we do, as a matter of fact. So that's what I'm rooting for. Oh, so yeah, Dave. I mean, you know, you're a pro. Then you're doing this that long. You don't need any. I suspect you don't need to add anything else to your arsenal, and I'd suspect you have longer term investments that you're already, you know, looking at. You're, you know, already taking care of that. So, 24 years day trading, man. That's something to be really proud of. That's a heck of an accomplishment. I hope I can say that in 23 years from now, because even though I have 5 years under my belt, I now have about one really successful year of day trading in 5 years. And the rest has been some decent swing trading. Example, how could you have caught the dip in TDOC? Well, I would have first needed something to point me towards that. And that would be tough because this thing's on a downtrend all these days. And I don't have anything that really would have alerted me to that move up there. And I have nothing that would have alerted me to it on any of this move down there. So you'd have needed some kind of scan that would point you towards, you know, stocks that either gap down or had a big change from close and then are up over the last, you know, 15, 20, 30 minutes, whatever it is. And then, you know, base it off of that. But, you know, 32 is a whole number in psychological. So it bounced on that. You know, I don't know if there's any other reason for it to bounce on 32. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing really here special about 32 looking back. I mean, kind of this level, but even, So quite personally, I'd have never seen this. And even if somehow this came across to me, I'd have never been interested in it. There's no real bounce to me to that. I know, you know, it was down here at 32. It almost touched 34. So almost a $2 move from there to there. But there's just, there would have been, like I said, you'd have to build a scan that's, you know, looking at stocks that have moved down on the day X amount. And so they're down X amount for the day, but over the last little bit, they're up now. And then decide on that alert, on that move up, Is it a sustainable move up, or is it just a relief bounce while the sellers are while short sellers are maybe covering? Yes, 20-hour live back testing webinar on Saturday. I'm gonna wear an avocado suit while I do it, live on camera. Here's the thing for the recession not being priced in for me. We're only just beginning to see some layoffs happening. You know, Netflix laid off some people. Someone else just laid off 300 people. I can't remember who now. Maybe it was Coinbase or someone like that. So I think what's not priced in is, and we can't possibly know yet, but all this destruction in tech recently, the prices of tech and the stocks there. Zoom, I think, just laid off like 300 people. So you're going to start to see these layoffs happen. How bad will they get? How deep will they go? And how many sectors will they touch? And I think that is going to be a really big issue to keep track of, for not knowing where we head with this. And then we went from there's no inflation. And this is the White House came out and said it. This is Janet Yellen came out and said it. Jay Powell came out and said it. And then we went to, it was transitory, to literally you're going to have to deal with higher prices for as long as they last. That was a headline that came across for me today. So we went from it doesn't exist to transitory to we have no idea. We literally have no idea what we're doing. And how can you price something in when someone tells you that's running the ship? When someone's running the ship and says, I don't have a steering wheel, you can't really price that in. They are in view mode only. I'm not sure if you can take some screenshots there, Wolf, and send them in to us here, and that might help us see better what you got going on. And we could take a look better that way with that. I'm not sure what view mode means. View mode. Are you on an alert window or are you on a top list? Because view mode's usually on alert windows. So you need to be on a top list, because I'm thinking view mode this, right click properties, view mode. And you need to be on newest first then. But that's all I can think of for view mode. You need to not be on an A window. You need to be on a T window. So you saw the A there. Here's the T here. I would say it depends, Jathan. If you're looking to do a lot of back testing, you want 20 charts. If you think automation is something you are ready for and you're going to get into, then yes. If not, no. I think our standard product is absolutely fabulous. I'm not, personally, I'm just not a big user of Holly because I didn't create the strategies in her. So, I like narrow set of data and I just never know what she's coming to the table with, and it's not tailored specifically for me. So, when I was new, I liked having Holly in the sense of understanding that there's stops placed in targets or time stops and things like that. So as a new trader, understanding risk and exit strategies and things like that they exist and pushing me towards those. And so I saw Holly as a tutor in that sense, but I'm not looking at Holly like that anymore. So that's why I didn't even, I don't throw her specifically there. The other thing too is, Holly goes on these runs where she'll go on like a 2-3 week run where she's like outstanding with her alerts. Then she goes on like a 2-3-4 week run where the alerts just really aren't that good. And, that kind of inconsistency for me for an alert window that I have no control over is unappealing as well. And that's just my unbiased opinion on it. I don't know what happened, but sometime in the middle of February of this year, something happened with Holly where she just isn't performing as well as she used to me. And I was a very early adopter of Holly. I watched her, long before I ever worked for Trade Ideas. I subscribed right away to Premium, and had Holly very early on, and the alerts were more consistently good to me than they have been over the last, I'll say, almost 4.5 months now. She's had some okay streaks during it, just not as good as what I was accustomed to seeing for years. So I don't know. We're working under the hood. The people that are much smarter than me, that we're looking under the hood to see if something changed that we can't quantify yet, and how we can rectify that with Holly. So that's my that's my synopsis on that. I would always say this to someone: start with the standard if you're not sure. All right. Get used to the standard, get used to building a scan, get used to the difference between topless and alert windows, get used to price alerts, get used to the charts, get used to all those things like that. And then if you think you really want back testing, for example, or you think you've got an idea for a scan, you want to back test and set to automation, then subscribe to Premium for a month or two, and you could always downgrade like that. But, you don't want to lock into a year of something and you're stuck like that. So that's my short and skinny on that. Yeah. See, and Dave, yeah, I'm on board with you, Dave. So I just, I think our standard is such an outstanding product. It really is. I really, really think that. So, all right, that's going to be a wrap for me, folks. Oh, I have standard, but I like the idea of back testing. Well, here's what I'd tell you this. If you're in no rush to do anything, we're going to have our next test drive sometime in August. And you could sign up for like the $11 that it costs and get upgraded to Premium for 2 weeks. And you can have that whole 2 weeks. So you already have a good idea of how standard and the software works. So then you could, for those 2 weeks, you can nail down on back testing, see what you think, see how you feel about it, and you're committed to nothing. 2 weeks is up. That's it. You want to stay on standard, you just go back to standard. You don't have to say anything. You don't have to change anything. You just it will revert automatically back to standard, and that's it. So that's what I point you to with that. So, all right, everybody. After 4:30, I'm going to run on the day. I appreciate you all popping in, hanging out, talking with me, and all that. CISO Thursday. We got Friday on deck. We will do this all again tomorrow. You got Andy at noon, me back here at 3:30 to round out the week. Again, I leave you with thoughts. We're in a bear market. All right. Money's on the table. Take that money. Do not enter a trade without a plan. Do not make a plan that you don't plan to actually execute. These are the things that will allow you to get taken out before the next bull market, before the next bull market unfolds. And you want to be here for that next bull market, because while trading is not easy, it's much easier in a bull market than a bear market. That I can promise you. So, all right, everybody, that's a wrap. You have a wonderful rest of your Thursday, wherever you are, and we will catch you on the next one. Take care. Bye-bye.